What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets. Hey, Rob, how is everybody doing? Welcome back. So, half hour to go in the trade deadline. As I said earlier, the Mets are going to wait to the last possible minute to make a deal and give up a prospect they did not want to give. I kept on talking about Vientos. They didn't want to give him up. The Cubs put the Mets in the corner, backs against the wall, and they're like, all right, we'll trade with you, but we don't want Vientos. We want Ronnie Mauricio. What did Joel Sherman just tweet? The Mets have been protective of their top prospect, but word is they have talked Ronnie Mauricio in packages. Something to watch in the last 40 minutes. There you go. As I said earlier in the MLB trade deadline special a couple hours ago, I said this. The Mets didn't want to put Vientos in the deal, and it was holding up the Cubs deal. All of a sudden, teams that could possibly be on Contreras are falling out because they got the players they want. Now the Cubs know the Mets' backs are against the wall. Great. Now Mauricio is probably going to have to be in a deal for that, if that happens. I don't know, guys. I don't know what the hell Billy Epler's doing. I'm not happy with what he's doing. Got 30 minutes left. 30. No bullpen arms. No actual bat that anybody cares about. We got Darren Ruff for like 3 prospects and J.D. Davis, which is probably too much. But, what the hell do I know, right? Just looking at really quickly just to be sure. And Pat Ragazzo was talking about conversations in the Mets front office. I have had Mets people in recent weeks. One possible pivot plan may be to call up top prospect Francisco Averages so they can't upgrade the catcher position before 6 p.m. Should Cubs not budge on the asking price? How stupid is that? Calling up Alvarez now. Calling up Vientos now. What does that do after the trade deadline? I tell you guys this right now. They better pray, and this goes for Epler, that goes for Alderson, and that goes for Steve Cohen. If Alvarez, Vientos don't perform at the major league level, you got nowhere to run, nowhere to go to get an extra bat. So you're going to rely on Vogelback, Ruff, and Naquin. I'm sorry, guys. That's not going to cut it. It's absolutely not. You had weeks before the trade deadline to see if Alvarez or Vientos can hit at the major league level. Guess what? Now, if they don't hit, we have to rely on Vogelback, Naquin, and Ruff. That's what you want to go to war with in the playoffs? When the Padres got like 30 players today? When the Twins are making deals? When the Dodgers might possibly get an arm? Other teams getting better? These are teams you might have to face. I just don't get it. It's crazy to me. It has nothing to do with you have to trade somebody. To trade for a big. We're not asking for Juan Soto. We're not even asking for Shohei Ohtani. We're asking for simple trades. Trades that are necessary. Like bullpen arms. We got 25 minutes left. What are they doing? I don't care about Trevor May. He's been hurt all year. Great. So you're going to pray that he's healthy. Oh, goody. McGill, who hasn't pitched since early May. Now we're going to trust him to be healthy in the bullpen. Come on. Crazy. Excuse me, guys. Again. And even excuse me, guys. And now the Yankees are looking into the Marlins Pablo Lopez. It's going to cost a couple of prospects. So even the Yankees are even bolstering their rotation even more if they can get that done. And I'm not saying Vogelbach traded hasn't been good. But you got multiple guys like Vogelbach, like Ruff, like Naquin, who are 220 hitters. Who, yes, Vogelbach and Ruff got pop, yes. But, like, you can get a guy like Contreras, who is a really good offensive bat with power. I mean, it really doesn't make sense to me, guys. Really doesn't. And it's frustrating. So the Orioles obtained Brett Phillips from the Rays for cash considerations. I just don't understand it. It really makes no sense. You gave up 3 prospects. It doesn't matter how low they are. Zapucki used to be in the top 15. Now he's like not even in the top 30. The other 2 prospects are nowhere near the top of the list. But you gave up 3. Now, for people who want to talk about building a farm system, you don't just build a farm system at the upper level, at the top 10 level of your prospect list. You build a farm system in the lower levels as well. So the Mets just traded 3 prospects and J.D. Davis for a 37-year-old right-handed batter who bats .213 with some pop. How does that make sense when you talk about farm systems? But, I don't want to give up my top prospect for a catcher that will help you right away. I just don't understand that. It makes no sense. It just doesn't make sense. You gave up 4 players, 3 prospects, three minor leaguers. Now, if they're low level, whatever you want to think of these guys, clearly you gave up 4 guys. 1 guy who's already on your roster in J.D. Davis, who is starting to come around as a right-handed bat. And 3 minor leaguers for Darren Ruff, who, yes, he is under control until 2025. Wonderful. He'll be 39 years old. Yippee. And it makes no sense. So everybody who wants to talk about it, and there's enough people that are talking about, we got to build up a farm system. So you're giving up all these lower level prospects for middle of the road type of hitters. Makes no sense. You don't build up a farm system by just building up your top 10 prospect list. Building up a farm system means your top 30 to 40 prospects in the middle to lower level minor leagues are looking pretty good or are decent. But you keep on giving away lower level prospects. What are you really doing? You're not building a farm system. Just because you keep your top 10 prospects around, great. And then when they come up, what type of farm system are you going to have? So the people who are prospect hugging earlier can't be happy with a trade like Darren Ruff. If you're happy with a trade like Darren Ruff and you give up 3 prospects and J.D. Davis, then you don't care about your farm system because clearly it's not going to happen. The farm system protection makes no sense. And now all of a sudden you hear Joel Sherman pop up. The Mets might be talking in a package for Ronnie Mauricio. Like I said, what did I say earlier in the MLB trade stream? What did I say? I guarantee the Mets are holding on to Vientos for dear life, saying, no. I'm not giving him up. And then the Mets getting closer and closer to 6 o'clock, 20 minutes away. Backs are against the wall. The Cubs are going to be like, all right, we'll deal with you. We'll make this trade, but we don't want Vientos. We want Mauricio. If the Mets get Contreras, Mauricio is going to be in that deal. So the Mets weren't willing to give a 5th-ranked prospect, but willing to give a 3rd round, a number 3 prospect. Where's the logic in that? No matter if Mauricio has a spot on his team or not, which I don't even agree Vientos has a team on this spot. So you're going to give up, hold on for Vientos for 2 days now. Oh, my God, I can't give him up. And then right away at the witching hour, 20 minutes ago, we'll give up Mauricio for Contreras. When you could have gave up Vientos, you could have used Mauricio in a bigger package to get something better. and you sat on your effing ass. And oh, by the way, we got 19 minutes and we still don't have a bullpen arm. Oh, great. Trevor May's coming back after 4 months. Yes. He sucks. Last year, all he did was give up home runs in big spots every time he pitched. But everybody's, oh, Trevor May's coming back. Woohoo! McGill hasn't been healthy since May. Let's throw him in the bullpen. Never throw so hard in his life. Gets hurt. Let's just throw him in the bullpen. He'll be good. He got great stuff. Yay. Oh, wait, David Peterson, who his worst problem as a starter is this. He has problems in the first inning. So, problem in his first inning. Oh, great. Let's throw him in the bullpen. So, when he comes out of the bullpen, his first inning, coming out of the bullpen. So, we're just going to assume he's going to be good? That's ridiculous. If you're counting on Trevor May, McGill, and Peterson to round up your bullpen, and you still have no guarantee that Peterson's going to be a good lefty out of the bullpen. And you're going to rely on Joely Rodriguez, who hasn't been good in a month. Give the Braves the division because you're wasting your time in the playoffs. Sorry. I'm sorry. Other teams in your league, not just your division, your league, getting better. The Phillies made more moves than the Mets. You got to be shitting me. The Phillies, who are hanging on by a thread in the wild card, are making moves. The Braves got a veteran pitcher in Jake Odorizzi. Dodgers got, all right, Joey Gallo is Joey Gallo, but at least they're trying to find that extra lefty bat. I mean, Joey Gallo is basically Bellinger. Like, it's just that bad. And then the Padres basically got every big bat that was available. So it's like, when you see that, it shows that Epler's not ready for prime time. It's easy to do it when you're on the West Coast and the second fiddle team in California. When you're the team that nobody, they're basically the Clippers of Los Angeles, the Angels. I'm sorry. It's hard to believe that this team wants to win when you got players, and this is the same thing I talked about last year, when you only get Javier Baez. It's just like this. You got a team that's 28 games over 500, first place by 3 games, 4 in the loss column. You got Mets players that are sitting in their clubhouse, in the clubhouse right now, like, aren't we good enough? I would take some help on this team. Let's go. Get it done. I mean, I don't understand it. Like, if I'm on this Mets team, I'm pissed off. Like, what the F are you doing? Like, I don't care how good you think your team is. It never hurts to add to, like, did the Padres really need all that extra help? Did they really need Brandon Drury? Did they really need Josh Bell in that Juan Soto trade? Juan Soto would have been enough. But no, they got Bell. They got Drury. Like, you can't, Billy Epler can't speak after 6 o'clock and say, oh, we really like this team. We do too. But that doesn't mean you can't make the team better. Every team, even the Padres realize this. You can get better and better and better. There's never enough. And I said this about the Dodgers last year. They had Corey Seager at shortstop. But guess what? They made the trade for Trey Turner knowing they had to throw him at second base where he's not very good at. But they made the trade because they know he's a good player, and they made the trade anyway. Even when they didn't have a spot for him, but they figured it out. So here we go. 15 minutes to go. No bullpen help. And if Epler comes on the microphone, and I'm telling you this, guys, if Epler comes on the phone in an interview after the 6 o'clock deadline and says this, oh, Trevor May's coming back. We really have McGill coming back to go in his bullpen. Peterson's going to be a lefty. Okay, thank you. That's what you're going to say. You're going to tell me that a 37-year-old Darren Ruff, that you gave 3 prospects, and a Thomas Sapucki, who you had to trust to pitch in San Francisco when he needed a starter, gave him away to the team that beat him up. And J.D. Davis, who finally started to hit for Darren Ruff. And some idiot Met fan on Twitter was like, oh, look, the Mets got Darren Ruff. Showed him hitting against the Mets when he was a Philly, when he was like 31, like 6-7 years ago. I'm sorry. It's a fail. And the Mets can win the World Series this year without making moves. If they win the World Series, I'm still disappointed in the lack of movement that they did, because it's a lot of luck that the Mets will win the World Series. And yes, I just saw that former to the Twins. Another bullpen piece we thought we could have got. But, prospect hugging. Andy Martino, Mets still looking for bullpen help. Nothing done as of this is second. Well, duh. I could have told you that. What are you waiting for? Billy Epler was like, oh, man, I was so worried about getting Darren Ruff. I didn't realize we needed Andrew Chafin. Jesus Christ. Lord. Like, there's no reason why Andrew Chafin should be on the Mets already. What are you holding him for? What are you doing? What do you think you're going to get for him? You're going to take his contract. JD, we're not that deep. I'll tell you that right now. We're not that deep. There's no guarantee that James McCann's going to come back and remain healthy. Right? He's been hurt mostly all year. Got hurt once, came back. Got hurt again. He's been out a while. So we're going to trust McCann, Nito, and Mazika. Okay, great defense. But we still have that bat that we clearly want. And I'm not saying Vogelbach and Ruff are not an upgrade from JD and Dom. Look at the numbers, they are. But JD Davis is finally hitting. The Mets still have Dominic Smith in their organization when all signs said they were going to trade Dominic Smith. Yet we got 12 minutes. So you rather trade JD Davis when you're struggling to hit lefties and struggling to find a right-handed bat. So you traded the 28-year-old Davis, who still has potential. Excuse me. There still has potential in a Darren Ruff who's 37 years old and can break down at any second. Yet we just got more older as a team. Oh, goody. And the Phillies just got Noah Syndergaard. Yeah. You got to be effing kidding me. Christian, Bill, that's a possibility. He is a free agent. He can do whatever he wants, right? Yep, the Mets have been scared off by last year's Pete Crow Armstrong for Javier Baez trade, and it hurt him this year. The Phillies are close to getting Noah Syndergaard. The Phillies, who are hanging on by a thread in the wild card, got David Robinson and Noah Syndergaard. Boosted their rotation and boosted their bullpen. Not saying that their defense is any good, because it's not. But they did something. They tried to get better. The Mets did not. And if you think they did, you're mistaken. Yeah, I honestly don't like I don't care if great. He has a great OPS against Ruff. You just got 3 guys that are one-dimensional players. Vogelbach and Ruff can't play the field at all. So they're basically 100% DHs. I don't get it. And also, the Phillies got Marsh from the Angels as well, which is a very nice move as well. Yep, more people are talking about prospect hugging. There you go, guys. I wasn't the only one saying it. God, I don't get it. I don't get it. How do you not make any move? You got 9 minutes. So Matt Cardos is a reporter that checked out the minor leagues. Ronnie Mauricio just entered the Binghamton dugout from the clubhouse and is preparing to take the field for pregame warm-ups. There you go. So Michael Fulmer wasn't play for the Mets, according to Andy Martino. But, the Mets are prospect hugging. So, I mean, Billy Epler should have said in bed today, like, if you're going to prospect hug, what was the point? Then you should have used the money that Steve Cohen would let you spend, and you should have got bullpen arms in the offseason. Oh, look, and the White Sox are in talks to get Andrew Chafin. Oh, even better. Lovely. I honestly think we got worse at this deadline. Worse. And the Mets, you know what they're going to do? Familia just got DFA'd. I guarantee you they're going to pick him up. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Yeah, Frankie, but that's not the point. It's not the point if Noah Syndergaard is not as good as he used to be. The point is the Phillies are trying. Not saying they're going to catch us in the division, but they're hanging on by a thread in the wild card. But they got Marsh, they got Robinson, and they possibly could get Syndergaard. They got it done. They did what they had to do to try to help themselves out. It just doesn't make sense. You got a first-place team, 28 games over 500. Why not help this team out a little bit more? It never hurts to make a team better. I mean, the Yankees were what? Nearly 40 games over 500? Yet every hole they filled that they needed. They had injuries in their bullpen, they got 2 guys. They needed a number 2 behind Cole, they got Montas. I mean, and they're in talks to possibly get Pablo Lopez. Like, they filled their holes. They needed that outfield because Gallo sucks. Hicks sucks. They got Benintendi. They filled their holes. Mets have holes. They didn't fill them. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Everybody was so happy that Jacob Degrom was coming back. 7-game winning streak. DeGrom's on the mound. No Soto, no Bell. Should be a win for the Mets tonight. Yet, all we're going to talk about is the lack of moves the Mets made in this deadline and thinking that it's okay. Because May, McGill, and Peterson are going to be our saviors in the bullpen. Guess what? I don't even want them to pitch well anymore in the bullpen. I hope they blow it up. I hope they give up home run after home run because Epler does not deserve the win. He absolutely screwed this team. 100%. 100%. The Mets are so much better last year, but they still made a move for Javier Baez last year when they weren't even close to being this good, and they didn't even make a move. Whoa. The Yankees traded Jordan Montgomery to the Cardinals. I wonder what they gave up, what they got in return for that. That's interesting. I'm glad he's a good guy and a good OPS guy. Thank God for that. God forbid you get an actual good hitter that can actually play the field every once in a while. We got Vogelback and Ruff that are going to be in wheelchairs. Vogelback's about 5 pounds away from being in a wheelchair, and Ruff is 5 minutes away from having crutches because he's 37-year-old legs. Okay. So the Mets did make a move. They got Michael Givens from the Cubs. That's a good bullpen arm. 2.66 ERA. I like that. That's okay. Veteran reliever Michael Givens. The Cubs traded him to the Mets. Again, that's not a bad. That's okay. We needed an arm. Perfect. Under a 3 ERA has been very good this year. I don't know what we gave up yet. Oh, wow. So the Yankees got Harrison Bader for Jordan Montgomery. That's another nice depth move for the Yankees because you don't have to play Judge in center field anymore. That's good. That's a great trade for both teams. But the Mets got Michael Givens, the reliever for the Cubs, in a trade. I don't know what they gave up yet. Not sure. Let's see what else. That's it. Well, wow, we waited all day to get Michael Givens. Again, it's a good arm in the bullpen. Good arm. But it's not good enough. He's a veteran. Again, another older guy. But prospect hugger. There's no way Andrew Chafin's going to remain on the Tigers. Oh. Well, the Mets make one deal. We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes. It's looking like Pablo Lopez can go to the Yankees. So if the Yankees trade in Montgomery, they're probably getting Pablo Lopez. Because it doesn't make sense to take a guy out of their rotation like that and not picking up anybody else. Wow. Interesting. Well, the Phillies got Noah Syndergaard. All right, so no Pablo Lopez to the Yankees. He's staying put. All right, that happened quickly. 2 minutes. Again, the Phillies did get Noah Syndergaard. I don't know what they had to give up. They probably just took on the money. And again, Michael Givens is a good reliever. And Andy Martino says right now, the Mets are trying for one more reliever. Well, I'm glad you're waiting for the last 5 minutes. But again, the paperwork has to be in before 6 o'clock. So deals might already be ready to go. It's just got to be sent. Come on, let's get more tweets. Come on, Mets, 1 minute. Let's go. Give me another relief on. Let's go. $6 o'clock, guys. Whatever trade has to be done has to have been sent to the MLB offices. Come on. All right, guys. So I'm gonna turn on Sports Night, Baseball Night in New York, just to see if there's any breaking news right now. So listen up.
This is Baseball Night in New York, presented by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers.
All right, so lower-level prospect for Michael Givens. Royals have traded Whit Merrifield. Nobody knows where yet. Listen up, guys. Baseball night in New York.
All those trades at the trade deadline. Then Jacob Degrom, but we have some late breaking news here as it is officially past 6 o'clock now. Some trades coming in. What's the latest with the Mets here, Andy?
We know the Mets traded for Darren Ralph earlier in the day. They just like 3 minutes ago traded for Michael Givens, the righty reliever from Chicago. They needed a reliever. This would not have been a good deadline for Billy Eppler without one, but he got one. And this is one of the guys they were targeting. Gets righties and lefties out, veteran guy. They just needed to build out that depth. Diaz has obviously done a wonderful job. Ottavino's done a nice job, and Lugo's been better lately, but they needed more bullpen. They got that, and they're working on one more reliever.
Right.
It's 6:01 right now. Deals could still be coming through over the next couple minutes. I'm not sure if they're going to get that one more reliever, but that's why I have my phone right now.
Well, we'll keep you updated exactly.
Remember, trades can still go down.
What are your thoughts on adding
Trades could have been set and sent to the MLB offices, and we haven't heard about it yet. So it's not done yet.
Bullpen for me, as far as this team is built already for the playoff, and it's about the bullpen. We've seen that over the years. Adding that reliever helps.
The Royals did trade with Merrifield. We don't know who yet, but let's see who it is. Maybe the Mets got him. You never know.
In Baltimore, so there's some familiarity there. I think it's a good move to get because
wow, Whit Merrifield to the Blue Jays. Nice trade for the Blue Jays.
Basically, matchup game. So this guy's going to be perfect for a matchup in a playoff situation.
They needed their own, no question about it. As you mentioned, good against both righties and lefties. 2.6 ERA seems good to me, and hopefully they can add another one. Speaking of adding another
remember,
one,
news can still come out, guys. It's not done.
Andy, the latest on that.
Jordan Montgomery for Harrison Bader. I believe the Athletic was first for that one. That's an interesting trade. I'd be interested to hear the full fallout of if the Yankees have made.
Remember, trades can still be said, guys. It's not over yet.
Different things, even after the huge day they had yesterday. Obviously, getting a lot of pitching yesterday, including Frankie Montas. That is a surprising deal. We didn't have Harrison Bader on the radar there. Montgomery doesn't shock me. That wasn't going to be a guy that was going to start in a playoff game for them. So if you can get an everyday player for him, first plus, it's a good deal for Cashman, right?
I think it is. I definitely believe it is. I think especially like you saw, the way he's been pitching, the way Montgomery's pitching, like you said, the key thing is he is not going to be pitching in the playoff for them. Not pitching in the playoff for them and getting a center fielder. And I do believe, and of course, a guy like
trade more at Pornbots. That's who the Mets got. Just listen up, guys. We're just listening to Baseball Night in New York.
I like to see Judge more right field and center field, if possible, because as the season goes on, the wear and tear of playing center field. So I think it's a very good move by the Yankees back to an insurance covering, getting a guy insurance that and if I'm not, that's the kind of guy, and he's fast, he's athletic, he can steal a base. Hopefully his health is okay. I believe maybe
he's on the IL.
I don't know what the leg.
Plantar fasciitis. I believe like 7 weeks.
Is that he's out for at least a couple more weeks? But that really reinforces Omar's point. The Yankee. This is about the playoffs. And Montgomery. He's not the kind of arm that you're going to throw on the LCS of the World Series. Yes. So you got to get another center fielder, another outfield option for that time of year.
Exactly, and you need those kind of guys, especially. And I still get back to you able to rest Judge, because what you want to do at the back end of the season, you want Judge to be able, you don't want to run him out there in the field for the whole year. And I think this is great. Also thinking about resting Judge and having a guy like a Bader to be able to play in the field whenever he's ready.
And we were talking about that early on in the season, Omar. You were on top of it. The Yanks were downplaying a little bit. They get Benintendi and said Judge is going to be more right field, meaning Hicks would play center. I guess in their ideal world now, Bader gets healthy, and then he.
So apparently,
let's make the call to the bullpen.
Let me just mute it. Apparently, the Mets sent paperwork at 5:59 to the MLB offices. We should have info shortly. You don't think Team Owner only got you rough, do you? He's not the Wilpons. We shall see. So the Mets sent paperwork at 5:59 to the MLB offices. We don't know the trade yet. There might be something else other than Michael Givens. Hold on, guys. It's not done yet. Remember, paperwork, if it's sent before 6 o'clock, it's official. Just because we haven't heard it yet and it's past 6 o'clock doesn't mean it's over yet. And the Cubs are not trading Wilson Contreras and Ian Happ. That's so stupid for the Cubs. Now they're just going to lose him. So it ain't the Contreras or Ian Happ to the Mets. But maybe the Mets did try to get another arm. They were trying to get Chafin. We'll see. The Cubs just screwed themselves. They couldn't get no assets for two coveted free agents to be. That's crazy to me. Yeah, they're going to get offered a qualifying offer. They're going to sign somewhere else, and they're going to get a draft pick. That's what's going to happen. I just can't believe Andrew Chafin is not dealt by to anybody. It's crazy. I'm just looking to make sure nothing popped up that was new. Now, again, guys, it's just because we haven't heard much yet, there's a lot of paperwork going in before 6 o'clock by a lot of teams. So you might hear deals going off over the next half hour or so. The Phillies did get Noah Syndergaard. That's been confirmed. A very nice tweet by Marcus Stroman. I'm not a very big fan of his, but very nice to see him tweet something like this. Trade deadline is cool and all, but DeGrom is back on the mound in the big leagues today. The best pitcher in baseball. Thankful to have him around and learn and observe from him. Praying he stays healthy. Baseball is better with the GOAT dealing in the show. Nice tweet by Marcus Stroman. So the Mets might have a deal with the Red Sox for JD Martinez. This might be in the works. This might have been the last-ditch effort to get a deal done. The Cubs definitely overplayed their hand. Trades are still coming in, guys. Possibility that the Mets could have put in an offer or a trade offer to the Red Sox just before the 6 o'clock deadline. All right. Nope. It did not get done. The Red Sox are keeping JD Martinez. So that is it, guys. Seems like for the Mets. Again, no word about Chafin yet. Just waiting just to make sure. Never know. Yeah, the Cubs overplayed their hand. You cannot. Great, you're going to offer these guys qualifying offers. Great, you're going to get draft picks that nobody's going to care about for probably 4 or 5 years. Terrible. You could have got assets now. But trades are still coming in. Oh, my God. That's not good. According to Jeff Passan, Raisel Iglesias, the closer for the Angels, has just been traded to the Atlanta Braves. Gotta be fucking kidding me. Why couldn't the Mets do that? Now, the Braves already had a better trade deadline than the Mets. Just like that. Oh, my God. I don't get it. Wow. They gave up Jesse Chavez and Tucker Davidson. I don't know their prospect list like that, but let me see. Oh, God. Jesus Christ. One of the best relievers in the game. Wow. All right, they gave up their number 5 prospect. And I don't even know where this guy is. This guy's not even in the top 30. So they gave up their number 5 prospect in Tucker Davidson and Jesse Chavez, the veteran. So, I mean, would you have gave up Vientos for Iglesias? I would have. Wow. The Braves just got better. They made 2 moves that one move with Odorizzi, we're like, all right, that's a veteran move. All right, not great. Getting Rafael Iglesias just overdid what the Mets did, like easily. And the Phillies got better. Again, you can say whatever you want about the Phillies, but the Phillies got better. The Mets technically did not. I like the Michael Givens. He's good against righties and lefties. But unless there's more trades popping up with the Mets, I don't know. And I agree with some people. Now remember, there's still something there's still trades that are coming out. So again, there's probably about hundreds of paperwork that went through the MLB offices that are trying to get cleared. So it's possible. I don't know, guys. And the Braves are also taking Iglesias' salary as well. I just don't see why the Mets couldn't do something like that. Just think. JD Martinez, Wilson Contreras, Ian Happ, all of them not getting traded. Anthony DeComo, the Mets did not make any additional trades before the deadline. Darren Ruff and Michael Givens. Fuck me. All you prospect huggers, if you're out there, congratulations. This is what you get. Michael Givens and Darren Ruff. You keep Dominic Smith, who is still going to be garbage, probably going to stay in the minors, because where is he going to be in this roster? Lose J.D. Davis, who started to finally come around, for 37-year-old Darren Ruff. And Michael Givens, again, that's a nice pickup. But it would be a lot better pickup if you got more of another arm, like Chafin. I don't get it, guys. I just don't. And then on top of that, the Braves get Rafael Iglesias, the Angels closer. And it's not like the Braves. See, this is what I'm talking about. Did the Braves really need bullpen arms? Their bullpen is pretty damn good, right? But what did they do? They improved it more. The Mets couldn't do that. That's a problem. Prospect hugging. The Braves gave up their number 5 prospect and a veteran for a top reliever who's a closer. But see, Barman, they don't have to rely on Ottavino and Lugo. There's so many options that they could have got where you didn't have to just rely on Lugo, who is good every now and then. Ottavino has been good for a month and a half now, but he's shown in his past, in his history, he doesn't pitch well in big games. These are not win now moves. And I'm telling you guys this right now. The tweet where, the Mets are going to bring up Vientos and Alvarez. Wonderful. They better be fucking good. Because if they're not, I don't want to hear one word about, oh my God, Vogelback's not doing well. Oh, Ruff is not that good. Oh, let's see if Dominic Smith has it again. No. Prospect huggers, enjoy your Mets team. Michael Givens, like the move. We didn't give up anything. Fine. He's good against righties and lefties. That's fine. That was a good move. But if that's the only reliever you got, which is obvious that's all they got, the Mets are done. You didn't solve the biggest issue this Mets team had. Besides the DH. Good. If you want to talk about Ruff and Vogelback, compared to the combination of Dominic Smith and J.D. Davis, it's no contest. But if you were willing, after the deadline, to bring up either Alvarez or Vientos or both, wouldn't you do that 3 weeks ago? Before the trade deadline? To see if they can actually hit Major League pitching? Because there's no guarantee they can. You know, Les Millage hit 400 in AAA. In the minors. When he came up, he can barely crack 200. So let's not talk about, Vientos and Alvarez are crushing it in the minors. Great. I could name about 20 other players who crushed it in the minors and never made it in the big leagues. So we're going to rely on Joely Rodriguez as our left-hander and pray that David Peterson can turn into a lefty bullpen arm. That's what they're counting on. And that other right-handed arm, now Tyler McGill, who hasn't pitched since May, who came back once for one start, got hurt again. Never pitched harder in his life, thrown harder in his life. Couldn't stay healthy because he thrown as hard as he could in his life. And now we expect him to come out of the bullpen, maximum effort for maybe one, maybe 2 innings, and remain healthy. No. I'm sorry. I can't be on board with that. I'm telling you, the DFA contract we're going to get is jury's familiar. I'm telling you. Lane, they can call up those two guys. But if they were so willing to bring them up now, you know why they're bringing them up now? So if they trust, if Billy Epler is so high on Vogelback and Ruff, then don't bring up Vientos and Alvarez. You don't need them, right? When you needed them 4 weeks ago, you didn't want to bring them up. When Dominic Smith and J.D. Davis couldn't hit a fastball. Dominic Smith couldn't get the ball out of the infield. We didn't bring him up then. Now we're going to bring him up? Why? Don't you have Vogelback and Ruff? Because you know the guys are not that good. That's why you're going to bring them up. Vientos and Alvarez better be better than people say. Better. Alvarez better be Pete Alonso. Vientos better be at least as good as Jeff McNeil. Because if not, it's an absolute fucking failure. Just that simple. Yeah, Hauser. I can't wait for Vientos and Alvarez when they could have done it 3 weeks ago. I don't get it, guys. I really don't get it. Yep, Sebastian, and don't tell me to shut up. All right? My channel. You can leave, not me. And we'll talk about the game, no problem. I mean, we are playing a national team that has nobody playing, so yeah. Hey, Ken, what's up, buddy? Yeah, They're going to bring him up to appease the fans because they want the fans to shut up. That's why. Because they know they didn't do a good job at the deadline. And Billy Epler better not come on the microphone and say, oh, I think we did what we had to do at the deadline. He's full of shit. Sorry. Epler hasn't proved that he's going to be doing what he wanted to. I know he wanted Chafin. Well, Ken, the prospect huggers are happy. That's the way I see it. Yeah, sounds like a wolf hunting committee. Well, according to Anthony DiComo, the Mets are done. But all them prospect huggers can cheer and be happy now. I mean, the Braves didn't even need a reliever. They got one of the better closers in the league. I don't understand. Why couldn't the Mets get a necessity that they needed? I cannot wait. 2 on, 2 out. NLCS against pick your team. Dodgers, Padres, whoever. Pinch hitting with a lefty on the mound. Darren Ruff for the Mets. Oh, man. Yeah, he's going to get it done. Woohoo! That's what we're waiting for. Could have been Contreras. Could have been Martinez. Could have been Brandon Drury, which the Padres got because they really needed another bat. Right, guys? Come on. Okay. I don't get it. Evan, okay, you want to believe that. That's fine. Correct. And that's if Alvarez is as good as he's supposed to be. And Beatty. And Vientos, who the Mets didn't want to give up. And God knows you can't trade Mauricio because where is he going to play? What, is he going to play left field next year? God. Boy. All right, so let's get into the game. Boy. Yeah, but we're not getting Chafin, so that's out. MB, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the donation. Listen, guys, I like the Michael Givens trade. That obviously the Mets had to get somebody in the bullpen, but if they really didn't do enough in the bullpen, they clearly counted on Trevor May, McGill, and Peterson probably get into this bullpen. Not saying that they're not going to be good. We don't know, but you're counting on 2 guys who's been injured since. In Trevor May is what, April? And McGill since May. 2 guys that couldn't stay healthy in the bullpen now that you're gonna trust. And David Peterson, who his worst issue in his career has been first innings. So you're gonna make him a bullpen arm. Then you're gonna throw him in. Be like, hey, Peterson, 7th inning. We need you for that 1 inning. Let's go. Okay. I'm just looking at everybody's comment really quick, and then we'll get into the game, talk about DeGrom, because it was supposed to be a celebratory day for the Mets because of Jacob Degrom return, and people are pissed off, really pissed off. But let's talk about our 28 game over 500 Mets. Before I get into the lineup, the pitching matchup, and calm down a little bit and try to get – let me just take a drink. I'm not going to have no voice by tonight. Woo! There we go. Woo! All right, so I'm going to say what up to everybody in the chat, as you always know. All right. Let's get back into baseball mode. Can't affect what's out on the field, right, guys? All right. Let's say what up to everybody. Lane, Michael, a member of Talking Mets and Rob, Joe, Transistor, Alien, Steve, Geraldo, a member of Talking Mets and Rob, Robert, Bill, The Retro, Sebastian, Who else we got? Dwayne, I just saw your comment. Sorry, I missed it. 100%. I want everybody to read this. Look at the screen if you can. This sends a bad message to the players that their front office doesn't believe in them enough to upgrade the team. 100%. I agree with that. Joey, a member of Talking Metro Rob. Frankie, a member of Talking Metro Rob. Karen. Not. I don't like the trade either. Who else we got? We got JD. Are you kidding me? Manuel, RM. Who else is in this chat? Let's see. Scrolls. Bill, a member of Talking Metro Rob. Ruben, a member of Talking Metro Rob. G. Steezy, what's up? Sacramento Kings. Yeah, feels like it, right? Boy, oh boy. Am I pissed off? Tanya. Vic. Who else we got in here? I know this. Chris. Timothy. Blue City. The Craig N07. Let's see. Who else is here? It's a long chat. Hopefully I can find everybody. Nomad. I think I'm getting to everybody. Marcus. Long Blue City again. I think I said that. Sorry. Ken. Hello. Michael, a member talker. That's Rob. I think I said that. Geraldo, I said that. Todd, how you doing? Looks like I got to everybody, I think. Bobby, a member of Talking Metro Rob. What's up, Bobby? Looks like I got almost everybody. If I missed you, I am sorry. Christian, a member of Talking Metro Rob. Ruben, a member of Talking Metro Rob. A lot of people. Give me a second, guys. Beckham. Whew. Long time scrolling. Max. All right, I think I got that. Plaxi. Lane. All right, I think I got that. Terry Collins. Not Terry Collins, but Terry and Collins. Evo. Michael. Terry. Everybody else. All right, I got Terry. I got mostly everybody. All right, cool. Webbs, what's up? Prospect hugging. Well, I don't think the Mets didn't. The teams didn't want him. I don't think the Mets wanted to give him up. That's the bigger problem. Because you notice the last 15 minutes, all of a sudden the Mets are willing to put Ronnie Mauricio in the package. Why is that? That's what they were going to do. And Nick, how you doing? All right, guys. So we got about a half hour until game time. Our boy Jacob Degrom is back on the mound. So let's get excited for the game. We're going for 8 wins in a row. 3 games up on the Braves. The Braves got better. The Phillies got better. Mets kind of stayed the same. Yeah, but Cohen's the owner. He could have said at any moment, hey, I want this guy. Go get him. Oh, yeah, you know what he's going to say. Oh, we like our guys in the clubhouse. We trust May coming back healthy and McGill and Peterson being a part of this bullpen. We got Givens, which nice addition. I like that. And you can't tell me that Vogelback and Ruff are going to be world beaters for this team. I mean, they're good, but you gave up 3 for the prospect huggers. Are you happy you gave up 3 prospects and J.D. Davis? The hell with J.D. Davis? You want to build your farm system. You don't just build up your top 10 list, right? Building your farm system, right, is from the bottom up, right? You just gave away 3 prospects for a 37-year-old right-handed hitter who can only hit left-handers and can't play the field. And that's the same thing with Vogelback. You got 2 guys that basically can't play the field, but can potentially hit. Vogelback, good start so far. I like it. Look, they're showing Darren Ruff. Against right-handers, 191. Left-handers, 252. That's not mashing anybody. 9 home runs, 24 RBIs. 364 on base, 523 slugging. That's what we're trading J.D. Davis and 3 lower-level prospects for? We gave up a lower-level minor leaguer, MB. Nothing crazy. I don't understand that. And look, Michael Givens is really good this year. 40 games, 40 innings, 2.66 ERA, 1.25 WHIP. Opponent's average is 216. It's a good addition, just not enough in the bullpen. All right, so let's get down to the most important part. Never said the Mets have a bad prospect list. And I never said nobody wanted those guys. I don't think Epler wanted to give them up. And that goes for Vientos, Mauricio. Even though I think Epler panicked, and that's why he was willing to give Mauricio in a package, in my opinion. Could be wrong. But again, the Mets' top 10 prospects, and they got, 4 or 5 in the top 100 in the MLB pipeline out of the top 100 in Major League Baseball. Their top prospects are really damn good. But in the trades that we made, Vogelback, Nate Quinn, and now Ruff, we gave a total of 7 or 8 lower-level minor leaguers. So how are you building a farm system that is only top-heavy? Because that's mostly what the Mets farm system is, top-heavy. That's what I don't understand. For the people that want to build a farm system, you got to build your entire farm system. How many trades did the Padres, Dodgers, and other teams make that, the Phillies gave up their 25th prospect for David Robinson? Why couldn't the Mets do that? Because our lower tier of prospects are absolutely terrible. Except for some. But the Mets have a really good top-heavy farm system, which hurts them in a trade like this. In situations like this, because they don't want to trade their guys. Which I don't necessarily say he's wrong. But why in the last 10 minutes of the deadline we heard, the Mets are trying to add more, put Ronnie Mauricio in a package. You wait until the last 10 minutes to try to get a deal done and throw Mauricio in a package? How's it? You gotta retype that. That don't make no sense. And then who keeps on saying the Mets bad prospects? Nobody's saying they're bad prospects. Clearly teams wanted a Vientos or Mauricio probably in a package. But Epler didn't want to give them. But all of a sudden, 10 minutes until the deadline, he was ready to throw Mauricio in a package. Because I guarantee he panicked. Oh shit, I had to get somebody, and he did it. Well, I think the Mets made some roster moves. Let's see what they did. Nothing crazy with that. So, the Mets deadline pickups, all the trades. Vogelback, Ruff, Nate Quinn, Givens, and catcher Michael Perez. I can assure you, no Mets fan who's a guy that says go all in, get the players you need, or don't want to trade prospects. Nobody should be happy with this deadline. Nobody. I don't know, guys, but let me just check Twitter one more time. And can anybody explain to me why the package for Ruff was so many players? Because that don't make sense to me. And the Mets, in the trade for Michael Givens, gave up Saul Gonzalez, 6'7", 288-pound relief prospect that has a 2.81 ERA and 29 strikeouts in 25 innings for low A St. Lucie. So you give away more of your lower level prospects, but you want to build a farm system. I think we did overpay for Ruff a lot. Yeah, we're still one of the favorites. Yeah, of course. But, I don't know. All right, guys. So let's go over the lineup. And let me just open up MLB.com. Just give me a second. It might take a second for me. I just want to get this up with game day and give you the lineup and the pitch matchup and talk about today's game. A lot of moving parts. And just think, Noah Syndergaard and Zach Wheeler are going to be in the same rotation for the Phillies. That's, oh, man. You know, Wheeler's really good. Syndergaard, it fell off a lot, but man. No, Michael, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying Ruff is a bad bat. So, you know what I'm saying? It's more of the fact that, like, look at the moves we did. And I know I'm breaking in and out right now with the Wi-Fi, but, you know, if somebody would have showed you what the Mets did by the deadline, I don't care if you love prospects, you want to hold on to them, or you want to go all in. That is just terrible. It's not that good. You know, anybody can win the World Series if you make the playoffs. That's not the point. But you didn't make yourselves. You know, nobody's going to say Givens, Vogelback, Naquin, Ruff is going to put you over the top. Because it's not. The Mets are going to win based on Pete Alonso and hopefully Jacob Degrom. But it'd be nice to, you know, the Padres never stopped. The Braves, who didn't really need a bullpen arm, got the closer from the Angels, Iglesias. You do what you can to make the team better. All right, I think I should be ready to go. All right, guys. Let me just share my screen, and we'll be good to go. All right, guys. So, obviously, our boy, Jacob Degrom, first time pitching in over a year, back on the mound in Washington, D.C. for our New York Mets against the Washington Nationals. Facing off against Corey Abbott, 2.25 ERA for him. And the Mets lineup looks like this. Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Starlin Marte batting second, playing right field. Francisco Lindor batting third, playing shortstop. Pete Alonso cleaning up, playing first base. Daniel Vogelback getting the DH spot today, batting fifth. Jeff McNeil batting sixth, playing second. Tyler Naquin getting the start in left field, batting seventh. Luis Guillorme batting eighth, playing third base. And Tomas Nido is catching Jacob Degrom, batting ninth. That is your lineup for our New York Mets today. For the Washington Nationals, facing Jacob Degrom. Victor Robles, center field, batting first. Luis Garcia, shortstop, batting second. Yadiel Hernandez, left field, batting third. Nelson Cruz cleaning up, DHing. Keibert Ruiz batting 5th, catching. Joey Meneses, first base, batting 6th. Josh Palacios, 7th, playing right field. Cesar Hernandez, second base, batting 8th. And Maikel Franco, batting 9th, playing third base. Facing off against the best pitcher in baseball, Jacob Degrom. There we go, guys. That is the lineups for today and the pitching matchup for the game today in Washington, D.C. Yeah, but Nick, it's not about holding on to the division. It's once you get to the playoffs, can you beat the team like the Padres, who are really damn good? They got to prove it, but they got really damn good. Some consider the Dodgers better than the Mets. I don't necessarily agree, but some do. And you got the Phillies, who are hanging on by a very, very small margin in a wild card spot, the last wild card spot. And they make 3 moves. They got Marsh, Syndergaard, and Robertson. They help out their bullpen, help out their rotation, and help out their lineup even more. So, yeah, Nick, we don't necessarily have to win the division. We're about 6 games up. Like, we're going to make the playoffs. Wild card or division, doesn't really matter. But there is no guarantee. And the worst part is you're going into the... I don't think the Mets necessarily did enough to make themselves better than they already are. You know, just like people talk about the Yankees. Great, they're nearly 40 games over 500. But it only matters what they do in the playoffs. Let's have that mentality as Met fans. It only matters what you do in the playoffs, not what you do in the season. And the Braves bullpen just got even more better. And they necessarily didn't need Marcel Iglesias. You know, the Braves gave up their number 5 prospect and a veteran for Marcel Iglesias. If the Mets really wanted to get a guy like that, which they clearly didn't, they could have possibly done that. You know, I didn't necessarily want Iglesias. I would have been happy with Chafin, and if you want to put Michael Gibbons in there, sure. How do I sound like a prospect hugger? I give everybody I need to give up to get what we should have got. We should have got Contreras. We should have got Robertson. And if you wanted to get Michael Gibbons, fine. You know what? You want Mauricio? Take him. You want J.D. Davis that you gave up for Ruff? That's insane. I don't know. Trades are still trickling in, by the way. Hey, you never know. Maybe the Mets actually made a deal. Nobody knows it yet. Oh, the Mets did make a move. It's a big one. Everybody want to hear it? Jacob Degrom has been reinstated from the 60-day IL. There you go. There's your acquisition. I don't know. I mean, did you really have to give up that much for Ruff? I don't know. So we got about 15 minutes until game time, guys. So let's talk whatever you want to talk about until the game starts. And there you go. MB. Let's see, Rob. When do trades up? It really depends. You know, after it gets sent in before 6 o'clock to the MLB offices, medicals have to get thrown through and all that stuff. So, you know, you might. I don't think any big time move, even if it is a reliever, hasn't been known You might have heard like, oh, the Mets are trading for Andrew Chafin based on waiting for medicals to be approved or something like that. All right, don't call me bro. I'm not your bro. And you're the one guy that didn't want to trade for anybody. So I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a prospect hugger. Oh, well, Berto, the Mets are clearly thinking that. They're clearly thinking about that. Emmanuel, how you doing? Yeah, I think Berto, that's exactly what they're doing. No, he only comes around. How long has he been listening to me? Probably not that long. If you know me, I've been talking for months. The Mets better stop holding on for certain prospects. Not saying to give up Alvarez or Beatty if you don't have to. That's like a Soto Ohtani type of deal. But, holding on for these Mauricio and Vientos like these girly guys are world beaters? Nah. Yeah, MB probably not. See who's DFA'd. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if the Mets take a flyer on Jerry Familia, only because, why not at this point? That's okay. They don't have to listen. They want to hear what they want to hear. It's okay. I can't help that part. Exactly, Ken. We had a huge argument. You were saying, but Hauser, why? It's not about being high on our prospects. It's the fact that Epler probably didn't even want to include any of them as top 5 at all, even Mauricio or Vientos. That's the whole idea. Because if the price was high for Contreras or even Andrew Chafin for that matter, I'm not saying to give one of those guys away, but I'm just saying, I was always on board with if it's the right move, you can give up a Vientos. Mauricio is pointless in the system. He has nowhere to play. Not a damn place to play. Why are you keeping him? Use that asset to make a nice move. You're going to tell me nobody likes Ronnie Mauricio? Come on. He's ranked 18th in all of MLB's pipeline. Vientos, I don't believe is in he might be in the top 100, but you're going to tell me the Phillies' 25th ranked prospect is better than Vientos, the number ranked Mets top 5 prospect? I just that's crazy. But you know what? Yeah, to get rid of your 2 arms in your top 10 for Gregory Soto, that's a beautiful addition to the bullpen. Excellent lefty, but the Mets weren't going to do that. Yeah, I didn't say Gibbons wasn't a bad. That was a good addition. Absolutely. And a DH who is batting, 220 with some pop? No, I don't know why anybody's happy with what they did or the lack of moves. You can't be happy. Again, you might be thinking it's pretty good because of the fact that the Mets are 28 games over 500. But teams who are probably going to make the playoffs, like the Braves and the Padres, who are going to make the playoffs, probably didn't need. Did the Padres need all those moves? No, but they got more. And let's hope Vientos can actually hit at the big league level. The Padres did get Jory, yes. Have a good night, Berto. There's still trades coming in. The Padres traded Brett Rooker to the Royals for catcher Cam Gallagher. Not crazy, but still moves are coming in, though. James, I get that. But it's not the end-all, be-all. You do have to score some runs. What? Well, I'm not happy. I'll tell you that, Tim. Well, that's what I'm saying. Everybody talks about the if factor with these prospects, like Vientos. Every Met fan hope he gets called up and he beats the hell out of the ball, and we don't have to worry about Darren Ruff being our right-handed bat. But the Mets are taking a huge risk. They are. Vientos better hit if he comes up, because if he doesn't, you're going to rely on Ruff to be that right-handed bat. And this guy's not 28 years old either. So, well, Tim, I think the Mets think McGill and May coming back and Degrom coming back are all additions. Look, they're not bad additions, obviously, but they're already a part of your team that are finally coming back. So you're counting on 3 guys who've been injured the entire year almost. So I'm telling you, they're risking a lot by putting a lot of faith in 3 guys that's been injured almost all year in McGill, May, and Degrom. Look, if these guys are healthy, pretty good chance they're going to pitch. Well, Trevor May, I don't know. But, Trevor May, even when he was healthy last year, every time he turned around, he gave up a home run. But if they're healthy, clearly they're good additions. But that does not mean they're going to be very effective, because I don't trust Trevor May. I don't like Trevor May. He's got excellent stuff, but his fastball's straight as an arrow. Yeah, Tim, I know. And it's a Braves bullpen that didn't really need much help, and now they got even better. Well, yeah, the Padres were easy. They could have just got Juan Soto, and they would have won that off the trade deadline. Well, I do know one thing, though. No matter if you give us A+, C-, D to the Mets trade deadline, we do know one thing. We are going to root on every effing player that wears a Mets uniform, even if we don't agree with the move or not. That's what we do, right? Let's hope for the best, because that's all we can do right now. We can't change it. Let's kick some ass tonight. 5 minutes away, about 7 or 8 minutes away until DeGrom pitches for the Mets, and we all are happy about that. I think we can all agree. But I'm really hoping, and, it's not just for some people's sake, but just in general. I really hope Alvarez, Vientos, 2 guys that have been rumored to be called up, mostly Vientos. Look, he doesn't have to hit 400 and hit 10 home runs in a month. Just give us some power and a decent average, at the very least. Just don't be a complete bust, because Darren Ruff's going to be our right-handed DH off the bench, when you could have just kept J.D. Davis, who, has been hitting a little bit better over the last couple of weeks. But Davis is a Giant. Ruff is a Met. You know, with a team that's waiting, that are 28 games over 500, has playoff aspirations, possibly World Series aspirations, they're going to count on a rookie and put pressure on this kid in Vientos, because that's probably the guy that's going to get called up. Let's get it done. And they didn't even trade Dominic Smith, which is even more hilarious to me, which everybody thought he's going to be off the team. All right, well, let's get it going with SNY with Jacob Degrom walking on the field right now. Going to change it over to game day. Get everybody situated with my new alignment. As everybody, hopefully they like it. Got the spotlight on. Going to have game day up for you guys, for everybody just tuning in first time to a live stream during a Mets game. Welcome to Talking Mets and Rob. This is how it works on this channel with a Mets game on the live stream. Got game day up, following the game that way. You're going to listen to the broadcast with right now Gary and Keith Hernandez on SNY for the first time in over a year. Jacob Degrom is going to pitch in a Mets uniform in Washington against, I would even call it a AAA lineup for the Nationals. But all we care about, DeGrom getting healthy, let him pitch, comes out of the game, he's healthy, can make his next start. I'm happy. That's what I'm worried about right now. The deadline has passed. The Mets got who they got. Let's hope whoever they got helps this team going forward through the stretch run and through the playoffs, and hope for the best as Mets fans, right? That's all we can do. They're showing DeGrom right now warming up in the outfield, stretching, all that fun stuff. So I'm just going to look at the comments one last time before the game starts. I'm smiling now. I saw DeGrom. I'm happy. They might bring up Alvarez. I'm not 100% sure they will, but Vientos probably for sure. Jason, yeah. I don't like the fact that when your team's this good and you have the opportunity to make your team even better, and you bring up guys like Ruff and Vogelback, again, they could be a good platoon at the DH spot. They're probably going to be better than Dominic Smith and J.D. Davis. But when you clearly needed help in that bullpen, you got Michael Gibbons, good addition. But you technically didn't even get a lefty. You're going to be counting on David Peterson, which I like him as a starter, but nobody knows how good he can be as a reliever. And you're going to be using him a lot in many situations when there's lefties coming up. That's true, Anthony. Yeah, Joe, I swear to God, every pitch, I'm going to be so nervous that he's going to be okay after every pitch. Well, Joe, when Dom comes off the IL, I guess. I mean. Anthony, I wouldn't say that. You know, those 3 months can get you a World Series. But they didn't do it. And you know what? They're counting on these prospects to be big time the next year or two. And they got to be. It's just that simple. Yeah, I like Nino. I already said it. I'd rather have Nino over James McCann. All right, guys. SNY is coming back on. They'll probably go to one more commercial before the game starts. Obviously, the Mets are in D.C., So we'll have to wait and see when the game starts. Hopefully Jacob Degrom can get through it nice. Yeah, Delmar, that's cool and all, developing talent, but how many more lower-level minor leaguers do you want to get? You're not developing anything. You're developing your top 10 list because you're not trading them. We traded 8 lower-level minor leaguers for Vogelbach, Ruff, and Givens, and Naquin. That's not building a farm system. That's just protecting your top 5 or your top 10. So everybody else is not worthy. So you're giving all these lower-level prospects for Vogelbach, who is predominantly a DH, Ruff, who's predominantly a DH, Naquin, who can play multiple positions but is not a great player, and Givens. I don't know. Mauricio's never going to be a part of this team. I'm telling you guys, he's not. He's not. Where's he going to play? You know, Vientos doesn't have a position. You know, he's blocked by Beatty. He's not playing first base. You know, besides Alvarez and Beatty, Vientos and Mauricio are basically positionless on this team. Rocky, he didn't protect the farm system. He protected the top 10. Didn't protect the lower-level minor leagues because he gave up 8 lower-level minor leaguers. How is that developing the system? Aren't you supposed to develop your entire farm system, not just the ones you might like in the top 10? I wouldn't go that far. Defensively, yes. I like Nito behind the plate better than Contreras. But you can't question the bet. Well, they're counting on Vogelbach and Ruff to protect him in the lineup. And so far, Vogelbach has done a good job. We'll see what Ruff can do. I don't know, Teddy. I don't know. So, waiting for the commercial to come back, and they should be starting. I think it's a 7:05 start, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's a 7:05 start. So, as soon as it pops on, just let me make sure you guys can hear it. The SNY call, so I make sure all you guys can hear it during the game. Yep, well, now you got Vogel and Ruff. So you traded the right-hander that's 37. Oh, sorry, you traded the right-handed bat in J.D. Davis, 28, for Darren Ruff, who's 37. So we'll see. And once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get this stream to more Mets fans and baseball fans to watch Jacob Degrom's return to the mound for the Mets. God, let's hope he stays healthy. God, we need him to stay healthy. Let's happen, guys. Let's go. Make sure you hit on that like button, everybody. Let me know if you guys can hear it.
Out the side, he just keeps on going. Strike 3, a career high 15 strikeouts for Jacob Degrom.
Can you guys hear it?
Performance, a master at the top of his craft. When he left 13 months ago, he was unquestionably the best pitcher in baseball. Now, after 13 months,
all right, guys, here we go.
We'll find
The
out
game about to start.
what version of Jacob Degrom the Mets will have for these final 60 games.
MB,
of the
absolutely.
22 season.
Givens is good against both sides of the plate.
Well, that was
It's a good pickup.
2021, Gary, and his 92 innings pitched only gave up 40 hits, 11 walks.
All right, let's get some runs for Degrom. Maybe we can actually do that for once.
Incredible. 7-2 record with an ERA of 1.08. Astounding. He will sit and wait while the Mets bat against rookie Corey Abbott in the first inning. There's your Geico Mets starting lineup. Daniel Vogelbach gets the start at DH against the right-hander. Tyler Naquin gets his third start playing left field over Mark Canha. Luis Guillorme gets the start at third base over Eduardo Escobar.
Hauser, me too.
Left left-handed bat.
As soon as they put on the Mets jersey, I root for all of them. Even if I wasn't happy about them getting acquired.
In AAA this year was 0-5 with a 4.98 in 8 games. Started 12 appearances. Only 34 innings pitched in AAA. He's had 3 appearances thus far, as you see right there. 2 one-inning appearances in relief and 1 two-inning appearance in relief. And we're going to find out about him right now. One of those items the day before yesterday.
A lot of let's go Mets chants.
Brandon Nimmo leads off first pitch. Is a cutter that misses low and in for ball 1 and we're underway. Nimmo 4 for 5 last night. He is 8 for 21 on this road trip.
Come on.
The Mets have been tearing it up. 52 hits in 4 games on this trip. They've won them all. En route to a 7-game winning streak, their longest of the season. Got 4 for 5 for Brandon. Raised his average 17 points overnight. With 1 Nimmo with Marte and Lindor to follow. Mets have actually faced Abbott once before. As a Cub last year, he pitched 2 innings against the Mets. Gave up a Kevin Pillar home run, the only run he allowed in 2 innings before. He made 7 appearances for the Cubs last year, 1 start, so this is his 2nd Major League start. This has been a very sad day for the Nationals franchise. A lot of tears were shed earlier today with the departure of Juan Soto. Fly ball out to left field, and Yadiel Hernandez is there for the first down. And you just wonder the impact that has on a franchise in the coming days. I mean, they've had a miserable year. And how do they turn the page and move on from a player who has been the linchpin of their franchise from the day he was called up?
And how do you appease a fan base? It's obvious this team has been completely torn apart from that. Just 3 years ago, they were world champions.
Here's Starling Marte, 1 for 4 last night, and he takes a fastball for a strike. I mean, it's not the quickest tear down in Major League history because the Marlins twice over won World Series and then blew up their team. But boy, so much has changed in less than 3 years for this Nationals franchise. Marte takes the fastball off the plate from Abbott, and it's 2-1.
Well, you can see right now Abbott's a sinker ball pitcher. Has a changeup. Have yet to see the breaking ball.
Come on, Starling, let's go.
Just read Brandon's batting average yesterday. I thought it was 252. It was 262, so it was raised 7 points, not 17.
That's still a lot of mileage in August. You know, once you get in August, it's hard to raise your batting average. Marte punches one.
That's a good set.
First hit of the night. Starling getting on the slider.
Lineup and pitching matchup is scrolling down your screen. If you missed the lineup, it's down the bottom of your
And
screen,
the
guys.
Nationals defense, your Amtrak Nationals defense.
Once again, guys, Mets versus Nationals. Jacob Degrom's first start. Mets are hitting in the top of the first. 1 out, 1 man on. Don't forget to please hit on that like button, guys. Let's get to 200 likes. Let's go.
Joey Meneses, it's his Major League debut. Josh Palacios had a few games with Toronto last year. Here's Francisco Lindor, had the biggest hit for the Mets last night, a 3-run homer against Steve Cishek. He is just raging hot right now. He takes outside ball 1, and I was fascinated by Francisco's comment after the game, after getting hit in the face by Cishek earlier this year, and seeing Marte get hit in the wrist by Cishek just before it, and then Cishek starting off with an inside fastball. He said, I was scared.
I don't believe it for 1 minute. So the home run right here after a 2-1 count. And when you've got a supplementer, I said on the air, don't try to pull him here. Go the opposite way. Get the 3 that sinker. And he sure did.
You can see the look on his face.
Come on, Frankie.
There was something going on there. If he wasn't quite 100% accurate in just
in articulating his fear, there was certainly some trepidation there. You could see it in his face across the plate.
Caution might be a better word. Okay. Because if he was really scared, he would not have been able to hit that outside corner, the high pitch to the opposite field.
Well, he would have just stayed in the right lane.
He would have failed.
2-1 Lindor with 3 infielders on the right side. And he bounced from fastball, and it's 3. It's 2-2. Pete Alonso winning on day.
RM James, it's all about rooting for your team now. Deadline's done. Can't change it. That's the way I see it now. It could be a lot worse. We could be in third place right now, right?
Mentioned that earlier in the year. We felt some of the baseball.
Oh, thank you.
So he's always got his head in the game in every aspect.
I haven't heard as
Full
much
count?
discussion about the consistency of baseball since the weather got warmer. With the installation of a humidor in all 30 major league ballparks, now that we're in relatively humid weather every day, I think everything's kind of evened out.
All certainly carries here.
3-2, Marte at first, not going, and Lindor fouls back the high fastball. Interesting, Marte.
I do,
not
Joe. I
in
do.
motion.
Can't complain.
It's not a. It looks like a big ballpark, but really the left center field gap is by the bullpen. It's just 377. That's fair.
And so both Alonso and Lindor reached that bullpen fence last night. Marte was not going in the first 3-2 pitch. And again, not going. And Lindor takes
All right.
4 on the Mets.
2 on, 1 out for Alonso. Come on.
It's not the back foot slider on 3-2. And Lindor works out long.
I don't know. Jerry Mario's.
Last night, the Mets
Let's not talk about Jerry Mario.
scored 3 in the second to get their offense rolling against Patrick Corbin. The day before, they had a 3-run first inning in Miami. Sometimes those starting pitchers just have to sit and wait, especially when an offense is rolling like this one is. That's during this 7-game winning streak, have averaged over 6 runs per game. And the pitching has been great, and they've been winning every day. Here's Alonso, who hit his 27th home run last night, a laser beam into
Come on,
the
Pete.
bullpen.
Let's go. Get some runs on the board. Floor to
He
go.
was 2 for 3, a double and a home run last night. Now 3rd in the league in slugging percentage. That's here with 2 men on. And he
Ah,
comes for a foul
missed
back.
that ball. Woo-hoo.
His home run last night was a laser beam. Slider didn't get in, it went down, but just a bullet.
Yeah, that's one thing the Mets have done well all year. And they, with getting Ruff and Vogelback, who are guys who are really good eyes at the plate, is going to drive more pitches even more crazy. They take a lot of pitches. They work the counts. That's what they do excellently. All year they have done that. Oh. He missed that slider.
Took a lot off that pitch. That Pete out in front.
Mariana,
Well, Pete's been on
you know what
fire
he's going to
since the
say.
All-Star
We
break.
trust our
Worried
team.
about
We got some guys coming back. We like this team. We added what we thought would help this team. That's all he's going to say. Nothing special.
Sir,
We tried.
Soto, who's now a Padre.
No.
Swing, and they check it out
Ooh,
first.
close.
By the way, Corey Abbott says that he learned his slider with grip by watching videos of Noah Syndergaard, who today became a Philadelphia Philly.
how about that?
That's Syndergaard and Wheeler now together again in the rotation for Philadelphia.
Looks like the Angels are crying uncle.
They traded their closer, Raisel Iglesias, to the Braves, swinging a foul back. So the Phillies really, they made some important moves. They got a center fielder by getting Brandon Marsh from the Angels. They got Syndergaard. That's a huge move. And they also got David Robertson, right, from the Cubs.
They've never had enough pitching. Also DFA'd J. Reese Familia.
Come on, Pete. Let's go.
Herrera. Finally had enough to blow the bell.
And Pete strikes out.
That's a bad at bat by Pete.
Keeping that slider away from him has his first strikeout. There are 2 out.
Well, guys,
The Braves.
Degrom is on the mound. The Mets forgot how to get their offense, right? That's what happens.
Jacob Degrom, but they gave up a reliever role.
Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. 230 in the stream right now for Degrom's first start back in a year and over a year. Let's get 200 likes today, guys. Make it happen. Let's go. See if the Mets can get some early runs on the board for Degrom.
Deep bullpen. But I always thought it was musical chairs with the closer. Will Smith had a great year last year, particularly down the stretch, closing for them. Not so good this year. I thought that was a big piece that they added to their ball.
Come on, Bogey.
And Iglesias, they've really got 2 guys now who can close games.
Oh,
right. Marte gets
pick off
back
move.
And, Jansen has had issues this year. His heart condition, number one, he missed some time. Like I said, you could never have enough pitching.
Well, the Mets added to their bullpen with Michael Gibbons, which is a big piece, and they got another one back tomorrow in Trevor May. And they hope that they've done enough. They did not get the lefty they were looking for. That's the only thing I think that Billy Epler would have wanted that he couldn't do. Then what pops out of the mid of Ruiz, but no advance on Marte, ball 1 to Vogelback. Braves also got Robbie Grossman switching outfielder, and we got Ray Adrianza, another switch hitter for their bench. And on the move, watch the Amtrak. Vogelback 0 for 2 last night, came off the bench. After J.D. Davis started, J.D. on his way to San Francisco. It's a nice move for him. Raised in Sacramento and will be close to home. New opportunity for J.D. who had a great
Come on,
year
Bogey, let's go. I love the eye of Bogey.
Never translated into what the Mets thought it was going to be. And then they replace him with Derek Ruff, who should be a more substantial version of J.D. guy who's hit lefties consistently throughout his career. The
Ball 3, all right.
Team Ruff with Vogelback in that DH spot seems like the ideal combination. Vogelback, a guy who hits righties, does not hit lefties. Ruff the opposite. Right? Even this year, when Ruff's overall numbers were down, his numbers against lefties were still terrific, just under a 900 OPS. So he should be here tomorrow. Trying out a Vogelback with Jeff McNeil on deck, and that's inside ball 4. I thought they loaded the bases.
All right, bases loaded. Oh, no, they called it a strike.
They call it a strike.
Oh.
Did you call it a strike?
I thought it nipped the corner.
David Rackley said it was a strike. I would tend to disagree.
Nipsey Russell.
Nipsey Russell or Nipsey Hussle. Rackley had a rough night at first base last night. Swinging a miss by Vogelback on the fastball, and it's 3-2. He was 6 for 18 in his 7 games since joining.
Come on,
the Mets,
Bogey, let's go.
with a 520 on base percentage. So he's been a high walk guy, in addition to all his power.
Well, we're right on the horizon is that 5-game in 4 days series against the Braves. I guess Odorizzi will pitch one of the games in the doubleheader.
Marte and Lindor get set to run 3-2 to Vogelback. And Daniel caught this one foul now.
That's a shot. Heads up.
Within that screen was
Jesus.
Could have gotten off.
Duck.
Very compact swing. Hardly any follow through. Just a big, burly, strong man.
Looking for his first run batted in as a Met. 12 home runs, 34 runs driven in before the trade. Another first inning where the Mets have forced an opposing starter to work. This will be the 28th pitch from Corey Abbott.
Let's go change up here.
Come on, Bogey. Staying alive.
Bounce
Like
foul.
it. Yep. The Mets are making him work.
So
What the Mets do very, very well.
Excuse me, likes to pull. Getting more of a feel for his tendencies, what kind of hitter he is. He likes the fastball. He's a dead red hitter.
This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat from Abbott.
Come on, Bogey. Let's go. Staying alive.
Take
I
that
love
one
it.
the other way and fouled it off.
Woohoo.
15th time now this season that the Mets will have forced an opposing starter to throw at least 30 pitches in the first inning.
Bases loaded. Oh, sorry. First and second, 2 outs. Full first inning. Full count to
That
bogey.
is a great format.
Runners will be running yet again. Runners in
Pitch
motion.
counts get starters out early. Bobo back
Ball
takes
4.
inside that.
All right, bases loaded.
So he finally draws his walk. Second one
Once
of the
again,
inning.
guys, we got 243 in the stream right now.
And that is something
Don't forget to please hit on that like button if you're just tuning in. Mets got bases loaded with 2 outs. Jeff McNeil coming to the plate.
You go from 2 power hitters
Watching
to a
Mets versus Nationals, DeGrom's first start back in over a year.
average hitter, clutch hitter.
Can the Mets actually get some runs for Jacob Degrom? Let's go.
Jeff's had 3 straight multiple hit games, 7 hits in the last 3 games. That's a batting average up to
Come on,
298,
Jeff.
9th in the National League. And a first inning RBI opportunity. Bases loaded, 2 down. Jeff's hitting .337 this year with runners in scoring position.
And they continue to play the shortstops up the middle on Jeff, which I cannot understand.
Come on, Jeff. Base hit. Let's go. Good eye, good eye.
Ball 1. Jeff had 2 hits last night, 1 to right and 1 to center. Abbott gave up a 1-out single to Marte. Walks to Lindor and Vogelback have loaded the bases. Just his second big league start. And McNeil launches one to
drop
center.
it, drop it,
Comes
drop,
Robles
drop.
coming on strong, and he gets there to make
God
the
damn it.
catch. And
After all that, what else is new? The Mets do not score for Jacob Degrom. But the more important news, Jacob Degrom coming on the mound. They're staying. No commercial.
to Major League now.
Standing ovation. For Met fans. Listen to the Met fans in Washington. There you go, guys. Great to see.
You can understand if there's some nerves tonight. He may be 34 years old. He may be as accomplished.
They're staying. No commercial. I love it.
Generation has produced. If you haven't been out there this long, it's got to be a little nerve.
Let's go.
But also, too, in the back of your mind, any pitcher, and it was a serious injury that he had. One that
Nice to see the best pitcher in
worry about
baseball.
what's going on in the back of your
Oh,
head.
you knew the Mets were going to give him no run support. Come on, guys.
I'm gonna re-injure it. But I think once he throws that first
You got
pitch,
Scherzer
gets that
smiling.
first out under his
Gotta love it.
period, he will settle down.
Everybody
He had 4 rehab starts and
Praying.
seemingly again, everything
He's gonna be
went well
okay.
until the last one where they had
Wow,
some
it's
leg
great to see him back, guys. I gotta say.
It's
nice to see him back. Let's hope he's healthy, man.
In any of those outings, so he should be good for probably 75 to 80 today. But the most important thing is that he go out there and be himself. And just
I don't know about you guys, but I'm
reestablish himself on
nervous.
Big league mound and then see where he goes from there. You know, last year he had arguably the greatest first half that any pitcher has ever had. Right, 15 starts.
Well, you know he's gonna throw a fastball first pitch. So whoever's leading off, better be swinging.
0.55, which not only was the best in history for a first half, the next best was Clayton Kershaw in 2016, 0.73. So it wasn't even close. He was by far the best first half pitcher, but it came with a lot of different hurts. He had side tightness, he had flexor tendonitis, he had discomfort in his shoulder, and then finally got shut down with forearm tightness in July, had elbow inflammation later in that month, and eventually was shut down for the year. Victor Robles, the first
Come on,
man
Jacob.
DeGrom
First pitch
faces.
from
His
DeGrom.
First pitch in 2022 is a fastball
Is a
that
strike
hits
at 99.
99 miles an hour. And DeGrom has finally thrown that first pitch.
All right.
Robles 0 for 4 last night, hitting 230.
Working
for the-
fast. I like it.
And he swings
99, strike 2.
Fastball into number 2.
I'll get some smiles on people's face.
Let's go.
I mean, we saw Jake in spring training. He was fully recovered from the elbow problems of last year, and this is what he looked like.
Oh, where's that pitch? 102 miles an hour. Oh, my God.
So DeGrom overwhelming the radar.
102.
Pitch
Oh, my
at
God.
102.
Wow. Jesus, calm down. 100. 3-4 fastballs in a row.
Motion too. I was worried, Gary, that he would try to dial it up. He told
Man,
me
I'm nervous.
3 or 4 years ago that he looks at that
Come on, Jake.
radar up on the scoreboard.
Nice
First
slider.
is fouled off,
A 95 miles an hour slider.
He had a
Wow.
Robles struck out in that third pitch.
0-0, Eric.
Jake has said that he felt as though his mechanics last year, despite all the success, were not perfect. It would be hard to tell.
Goodbye.
Yes, and he strikes out Robles.
First at bat is a strikeout in the slider. Beautiful.
22 with a strikeout on the slider.
Woohoo! Let's go.
Nice to have you back.
All right, are you okay? Don't grab your arm, please.
That had a little plate.
That was nasty.
Front Robles on
No
that.
chance.
The injury that Jake suffered in spring training was a stress reaction to his scapula, not a muscle injury, but a bone injury, right? Which meant that only time could heal it. And this call
Nice
strikes
pitch.
a- he's
101.
gonna see it 101.
Jesus.
I thought the Mets were very judicious about
Let's
taking
hope he
it
can,
step
Terry.
by
Let's
step
hope he
and
can.
not letting him rush back. And now here he is in August, finally pitching and hoping to be the best version of himself. And he's regularly hitting triple digits with his fastball to the first two hitters.
He's just throwing predominantly fastballs. Only 2 breaking balls thus far of the 8 pitches.
Going to Garcia, who had 2 hits last night. He's able to foul off the fastball.
I like the fact that he's just throwing mainly fastballs. You just know, you can look at his motion at home, folks. There's no overthrowing, staying within himself. He's just got that great arm.
Come on, Jake.
2-2. He tries
Nasty
to stop
slider.
the inside corner with the slider. It misses 1 and 2. Jeremy Hufford keeping a close eye, keeping Jake's mechanics, making sure that he doesn't overthrow. There will be some adrenaline, I'm sure, here in this first inning.
Got him.
And he goes to the
2
old
bats,
pitch,
2
and gets
strikeouts.
Garcia. Back-to-back strikeouts for Degrom to
Woohoo!
start his night.
Down slider. This
Wow.
one didn't break sideways.
Man,
This
oh
one kind
man.
of broke mainly down.
Man, if he can stay healthy, what a difference.
There you see the circle.
This team drastically gets
Much
better with him
like
being healthy.
Slider of Edwin Diaz.
Well, the first 2 batters, he's
So
back.
2 batters, 2 strikeouts for Jake.
More importantly,
And
the
now
up downs
Hernandez,
are going to be
1 for
what I
4
worry
last
about.
night. He fouls one at the plate. There's the Monday National starting lineup with Soto and Bell down to San Diego. Hernandez and Cruz moving to those 3 and 4 spots. Meneses and Palacios just called up today. Take their spots on the field. So it is not an opposing lineup that Degrom is facing in his season debut.
No Soto for sure.
Well, and Bell, I mean, Bell's at number 300, having a terrific year.
But still, Bell can be pitched in here, in my opinion. I'm not belittling him. Soto's the main artillery. He's the long range.
I agree, Robert.
1-on-1 to Hernandez.
Woo! Nasty.
Jake puts the slider down at his feet. That's
There's like
1-2.
no chance
He's
for
getting
these
good
innings.
that slider. He's getting good sharp break down.
Could he strike out the side?
But they know Hernandez is a dead red fastball hitter. Doesn't like the breaking ball. And will chase.
Scores and Mets fans have found their way to D.C. tonight for this event.
Go. Ground
The
ball.
ground, Lindor behind the bag.
And it's
And Jacob Degrom
3 outs.
throws a 1-2-3
All right.
opening in
nice.
his first start in 13 months.
Yes. Now, let's score some runs, number 1. Number 2, let's hope he's okay. Let him come back out and be healthy. That's all I care about. Man, I don't know about you, but I'm excited. The hell with the trade deadline. You know, listen, the Mets are probably going to score 1 run today because, well, that's what they do with DeGrom on the mound. But, man, how many pitches? Well, he threw 15 pitches in the first inning. So they're saying around 75 to 80. So again, who knows what inning, but as soon as he gets to probably 75, he's gonna get out of the game. But man, you can't say. I mean, he's just amazing. It's just unfortunate he couldn't stay healthy in the last year. Beautiful, gotta love it. Love it, love it, love it. Whew. But good news is he looked good. There's no doubt about it. But I'm telling you, it's I just don't know how he throws so hard consistently like that. You see pitchers all the time, would throw 100 in the first, and then all of a sudden you see them tick down to 96, 97, 98 maybe. But he can consistently go 7 innings and throw 100 miles an hour on almost every pitch that he throws a fastball. It's insane. Yeah, I don't think anyone forgot Edwin. We all are praying. Like if all Met fans pray together, maybe the wish will come through. If Degrom can stay healthy, it's a game changer. It really is. All right, let's get some offense. Top of the second, no score. So Saturday, Degrom strikeout counter bobblehead day. I like that.
First of a two-part connecting set. Secure your seats at Mets.com/tickets.
Come on.
The counter is up to 2. 1, 2, 3. First couple strikeouts, 15 pitches, and looking very
Let's get some
much
offense.
Like himself.
So Tyler Naquin is up.
Leading off for the Mets in the second against Corey Abbott. Mets loaded the bases in the first. One were unable to push a run across. Forced Abbott to throw 32 pitches. Naquin pops one up behind third base. Franco trailing into foul territory. And he puts it away with 2 hands. 1 out.
You see the Padres today celebrated the moves that they made. They're clobbering Colorado 12-5 in the 8th in San Diego.
That is the first of a doubleheader, Keith. Oh, what an amazing day for the Padres, right? All those amazing moves.
So according to Billy Epler,
Well, what a boost.
Epler says the Mets came close to acquiring a lefty relief help at the deadline, but we just couldn't get the price point to an area where we thought that was reasonable for us to do. So they tried.
Never been a trade like the one that the Nationals and Padres made. Not for a player that accomplished and that young. Padres gave up, from what we can tell, some pretty good prospects. They gave up a couple of major league ready players in Mackenzie Gore and Luke Floyd, C.J. Abrams, who we saw earlier this month or last month with the Padres, and 3 other prospects. But the very thought of trading a player like that with 2+ years of team control, and I guess the figuring had to be from a Washington perspective that their farm system was so bereft that by the time Soto became a free agent, they still were not going to be competitive. Yorme gets it out to center field. Robles back. Should have room on the warning track and a step from the fence. He makes the catch.
Hit it in the wrong part of the ballpark.
Here, where that ball
Two
was
outs.
carrying to left center.
Into that part of the ballpark, I think that's all that Yorme's got. But you know what I mean? If they thought that they could be competitive before they lost him to free agency, but apparently they didn't. And with new ownership coming in, they felt the best way to
Jonathan, you have a
was
good
to
trade deadline.
maximize their return.
Marsh, Robinson, and Syndergaard.
Time will tell whether
It's a good trade deadline for the Phillies.
deal or something closer to an even deal. And that sign's going to stay up there. Last year they kept the Scherzer sign out for all the year.
Yes, they did.
Even after they traded him. Big and hard to take down. Nito bounces one on the left side.
That's a quick
Garcia
inning.
sweeps it up. alone.
All right. Mets didn't do nothing in the top of the second. DeGrom coming back out for the bottom of the second. 15 pitches in the first. So Billy Epper said also this. Billy Epper says he feels confident the staff can get Joely Rodriguez back to where he was successful early in the season. So Epler was really trying to get a lefty reliever, but they can think they get Joely Rodriguez back to where he was. That's just second guessing. That's just kind of counterproductive there, what he said. So if you really trust Joely Rodriguez and your staff to fix Rodriguez, why go after a lefty then? Because you clearly don't trust Rodriguez. That's why. So Epler's just, going through the company line here. So, again, what are you going to do? So we're going to the bottom of the second. No score. Go figure. The Mets don't score for Jacob Degrom ever. DeGrom's coming back out for his second inning. Only 15 pitches in the first. As long as DeGrom is healthy and the Mets win this ball game, I'm all happy about that. So according to Buster Olney, the Met fans are the worst team in baseball. And nobody cares about Buster Olney anyway. So until he realizes that, nobody really cares. Buster Olney's a joke. Well, Noah Syndergaard is not the same pitcher that he was with the Mets. I tell you that, Jonathan. Don't expect him to be great. I tell you that. He's a number 3 at best on his good day.
A lot of that now with the acquisition of Tyler Naquin.
All right, second inning for DeGrom. Here we go.
Nelson Cruz leads the second against DeGrom and swings past a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Jake struck out 2 and got a ground ball out in the 15-pitch first inning. Nelson Cruz was brought
Epler also said
age 42
he felt that the Mets were close last night to acquiring a catcher. So almost is not good enough. He said that a lot already in his comments.
Nelson finally, maybe his father time is caught.
Woo!
Good slider by DeGrom to get ahead 1-2. Jacob Degrom made his big league debut in 2014. From the day he arrived, he showed an incredible competitiveness, along with great levers
and for all you Francisco Alvarez fans who
and his other pitches have only
think that Alvarez is coming up, Epler said he's not. It's not an option at this point. So
a different level in the second half of 2017, where he had the 2 bad starts against Milwaukee and Texas in June of that year.
Got him. 3 strikeouts for DeGrom in 4 at-bats.
All retired, 3 strikeouts for Jake. Second half of 17, he put it in another gear, and then in 18, he shot the world with a 1.7 ERA in the first of his 2 Cy Youngs.
Guys, it's not about the innings. It's about the pitch count.
Since the start of the 2018
he gets quick outs. Look, he already got 1 out in 5 pitches. 75 to 80 pitches. That's all he's going, no matter what inning it is.
Who went 0 for 4 last night, the switch hitting catcher. And first curveball from DeGrom. And that's in for a strike. See, that's the Scherzer influence, the curveball that Jake almost never threw last year. And Max convinced him in spring training that a first pitch curveball was his friend.
Woo.
And
101.
Fastball at 101 is in for a strike, and it's 0-2.
Look, I don't know if people remember what Marsh did to the Mets against the Angels in Anaheim. Marsh is a very good player.
Career win.
He battled.
Ruiz hooks one on the ground.
Aw, first hit against Degrom.
And the Nats have their first hit. Ruiz will try for two. The throw by Marte.
Oh, he's dead. Goodbye. Got him. Yes. Good throw by Marte. There we go. Sit down. Sit down.
You just can't do it any better than Starling Marte did.
And that's why you put Marte in right field for that arm.
And throwing a strike.
Double down the line, it looked like.
Hey, Jonathan, you mind if the Phillies can beat the Braves, please?
Didn't rush the throw. Right on time.
But I do have to look. For anybody killing the Phillies right now,
Raced. 2 out and nobody
at least they're trying to make their team better. I mean, they didn't get worse.
He fouls off a 100-mile-an-hour fastball. Meneses is 30 years
Look,
old. He's a native of
Met fans have a little bit of are a little hurt. Syndergaard, you know, he talks shit about Met fans and all that, but Syndergaard's a number 3. If he finds his stuff, he can be a number 2, but it's probably not going to be often. Put it that way. Robinson, you can't hate that the Phillies got Robinson. People are talking about, oh, he's an older mid-level guy, but Met fans wanted him. Marsh is a really nice pickup. They needed a center fielder. Come on, Jacob.
Meneses was able to make contact and fouled off. You know, looking at Degrom now, compared to the last couple of years, it looks like he's had a little upper body strength. You know, he's always been so real thin. And I think all the time on the sidelines has given him a chance to do a little bit more in the weight room.
It might have been part of his rehab.
Yep. 2 coming. Struck him.
Yeah, baby. 5 strikeouts for Degrom. 4 strikeouts, excuse me. Let's go. There we go. Let's go. Listen, guys, you can't really go after the Phillies here. And look, Syndergaard's not the pitcher we saw in 2016. He's not the same pitcher. You know, with the injuries and everything like that with Tommy John, he's never going to be the same pitcher. But he's still a good pitcher. And you got to remember, he's going to a National League East that got the Marlins and the Nationals who are really bad. And, of course, the Mets and the Braves who are good. The NL East is over, buddy. I'm sorry. It's either the Braves or the Mets. The Phillies, you're going to make the playoffs. And, you know, it would be hilarious if the Padres fall apart and don't make the playoffs. Wouldn't that be great for everybody? But there's no mistake that the Phillies got better today. You have to understand that. Well, we know Artie Moreno is no fan of Cohen. And he was one of the guys voted against him. Yes, that was... Look, there's no mistake in that. I tell you that. 2 months ago, that's fine. But you got to jump over 2 teams. And that's not easy to do. So waiting for the top of the 3rd, the Mets might actually score some runs. Well, Gene Segura is a Mets killer, so he can stay hurt, but he's coming back. So, all right, guys, top of the 3rd, top of the order for the Mets. Could the Mets actually score runs for Degrom? Who knows? We'll see.
The division series, and they've outscored their opponents by nearly 90 runs in the division. Trying to keep it going tonight against the Nats, whom they've beaten 9 of 11. No score as we start the 3rd. Second time around the batting order for Corey Abbott, and Brandon Nimmo takes a strike. Nimmo flied out to left his first time up. So the Mets added 2 pieces at the deadline to go with Vogelbach and Naquin, whom they acquired in the last 10 days. Hitting Darren Ruff to give them a right-handed bat, and Michael Gibbons to add to the bullpen. And certainly there was a lot of conversation about the Mets adding some offensive catcher. There was conversation about them needing a left-handed reliever. Billy Epler held a session with the media a short while ago after the game began. Why did they make the trading deadline 6 o'clock? Yeah, anyway. So we were not able to attend, but some of the reports that I had out of that meeting, Billy obviously was trying his best to make both those things happen. He said they were involved in talks for a catch at one point. Oh, and that one hit.
And Nimmo got hit.
Base.
Going to first, leadoff man on base.
Hit this year. He now has the Mets career record all to himself.
That's a possibility, Hauser, for sure.
Not Michael Conforto out of the Mets record book.
Yeah, I still don't think. Honestly, Jonathan, I don't agree with you when it comes to Bryce Harper. I think he don't make the team around him better. How many years you had Harper already, and he still doesn't. I don't think he makes the team around them better. The Phillies got better today. There's no doubt about that. But it's very difficult to beat over two teams for a division when the Braves and the Mets face each other.
Marte has to move out of the way of the fastball after being drilled last night by Steve Cishek. So Abbott hitting one batter and nearly hitting another.
Well, you've got to be happy with this ball club. I mean,
well, that's the thing, and what they're looking for is sustained success. And you have sustained success by not forfeiting your farm system.
Their worst month of the season was June, and they went 13-12.
Swing and miss. And, the Mets are 28 games over 500, and no team, and I include the Padres in this, no team acquired a more substantial player at the deadline than the Mets did by activating Jacob Degrom today. So you can look at it in that way and say they've got what they need. And time will tell whether that's true. Fell back by Marte.
Sorry about game day.
That's just a little surprised. I thought that they would try that getting a left-hander in the bullpen would be something that they wanted, and they probably did. And maybe the price was too high. We don't know the details of the talk.
Well, that's exactly right. And apparently, there seemed to be a lot of left-handed relievers available, but ultimately, none of them were dealt.
Come on, Stalin, let's go. No problem, Terry. Sorry about that, guys.
1-2 coming, and Marte hits one right on the line to the shortstop. Garcia snags it for the first down, and Noah back to first. So 1 out and 1 on. The most surprising thing that happened at the deadline was that the Cubs, who basically had tearful goodbyes after their last home game with Wilson Contreras and Ian Happ, wound up not trading either one of them.
Yep. So, excuse me, Gary.
Is that you?
That was me. That came out of nowhere.
We have a comment button. It's not.
No, Scherzer's best years were with the early part of the Nationals.
You've had hiccups sneak up on
But Scherzer's still an ace on most teams. Put it that way.
This first time up. Do you need me to scare you or get you a paper bag to breathe in?
Look, if DeGrom is healthy, the Mets are going to be very hard to beat. Thank you, Phillies. Continue to beat the Braves for us. Thank you. Thank you.
Generally, we save the adult libations for after the game.
I'm a Phillies fan today, or at least for the next couple of games. And once again, guys, what Epler just said about Alvarez, I don't think he's at a point where he's going to be a factor
It's like he never left.
yet. That's what Epler said. Still working on things offensively and defensively.
Same look on the mound, same 100-mile-an-hour fastballs, and late-breaking
Well,
sliders.
Jonathan, I think both of us get along because of that. We talk our shit about our teams, but I think we're honest about other teams.
60 games to go in the regular season, and I think the Mets would be thrilled if they got 10 starts out of DeGrom in those 60 games.
Come on, Frankie.
Last year, even when he was having that historic first half, he had enough little hurts where he was on the injured list once, and then they gave him extra rest at another occasion. And throughout his rehab stint, they were giving him an extra day or two at times. So, here he is making his first start against the Nats on a Tuesday, and everybody's thinking, okay, well, his second start's going to be Sunday against the Braves, the ultimate game of that 5-game series.
Phillies lead 1-0.
I'm not 100% certain that that's the way it's going to go. Swing and a miss, and Lindor is down on
Jesus,
strikes.
you can't hit
Second
Abbott.
strikeout for Abbott, 2 out in the inning.
Well, Abbott seems unfazed here.
On Friday, August 5th, get Citi Field to experience the first ever Mets blackout. Mets will face the division rival Braves. All fans will receive a black Scherzer T-shirt presented by Jake's 58. So they combine that Scherzer T-shirt brought to you by Jake's 58, like a 1-2 punch. Very clever. Get your tickets at Mets.com/tickets, and we'll see you for the blackout. After Jake's 48.
Let's go, Pete.
More of a clue. Here's Alonso, who struck out his first time up. Pete dribbles one to the right side. Meneses is on it.
All right.
Takes it.
Well, nothing going for the Mets in 3 innings against Abbott. Going to the bottom of the third. Jacob Degrom's coming back on the mound. So I'm just going to keep the Mets, the Braves and Phillies score going forward. I'm going to follow it on my phone, update you guys on the score and all that fun stuff. So, again, the Mets are giving Jacob Degrom a welcome to the big leagues present of not scoring for him, which is exactly what I expected. But once again, guys, the Phillies are leading the Braves 1-0 in the bottom of the second. Long way to go. But I think we can all agree that we're probably rooting for the Phillies, obviously, and the Mets to win. No, they're not winning the Black Pants. It is, it's funny how it's the first blackout night of the year, which makes no sense because, well, I've been wearing black every Friday at home. So they're just giving away a black Scherzer T-shirt. So I don't know. I just think they can't hit Abbott. It's just what can you do, guys? What can you do? So once again, guys, you've got 250 in the stream right now. If you're just tuning in or you're hanging out, don't forget to please, if you forgot, just to hit on that like button. Working on getting over 200 likes in the live stream is the goal now, since you guys have been great and pulling me over 200 during the MLB trade deadline special and during the live stream right now for the Mets game. So let's hope we get to 200 likes. That is the goal now. Used to be 150. Got to keep increasing. Got to get going. 150 likes. 200 likes, guys. Let's go. Let's make it happen. Jacob Degrom coming up for the bottom of the third on the mound. He only gave up 1 hit. Let's see what he can do.
Nationals debut will be the leadoff hitter. Palacios pounds curveball into the ground. 0-1. Josh Palacios is a Brooklyn kid. Went to Telecommunications High School and then from there to Auburn, drafted by Toronto in 2016. Made his debut with the Blue Jays
28 pitches so far
his first big league
for
game
Degrom. He goes at this pace. He can actually pitch 6 innings
in April.
if he continues this pace.
He fouls off Degrom's fastball and is 0-2.
He's got good command with his fastball, keeping it down and hit on the corners.
Almost
He's
destroyed my
he's thrown
phone.
29 pitches, 25 strikes.
That's him.
It is.
Come on, Jake.
And he just misses down with that slider, and it's 1-2. I mean, he's been so much like himself early on. 4 strikeouts in the first 2 innings, throwing in triple digits, getting his razor blade slider for swings and misses, a couple of first pitch curveballs.
Oh, where's that
just
pitch?
missed going in.
That is a wicked slider. Sorry, Gary, but I don't know how that Palacios took it.
I mean, that's the location for that pitch over and over again. Looks like a strike until the very last moment.
He wants to throw
Come on,
another
Jake.
one.
Again, Palacios able to play offense 3-2.
So he's got the breaking ball. He's got the sharpness and the crispness of the breaking ball. It's just now get into the rhythm where he can command it on a consistent basis.
Come on, Jake.
And then he goes
Goodbye.
to the heat and strikes out Velocity.
5 strikeouts.
7 batters, 5 strikeouts for Degrom. So far, the T-Mobile coverage cam tells us that Jacob Degrom, after 13 months away, has been very much like the Jacob Degrom left. Even to the point where 3 innings into the game, the Mets haven't scored for him.
Well, he's used to that.
What new? Although last year, to be fair, they did start to score some runs for him.
Yes, they did.
And that's how he won 7 and lost 2.
Well, his 2 Cy Young years, he did not have a winning record.
He had a losing record.
It was 10-9 in 18, and 11-8 in 19.
Right, but the team had a losing record in his 2 Cy Young years.
And, he had ERA in 18 at 1.70, 2.43 in 19. And that should have been 18 and 3.
That's driven to center field
Right at
by
Nimmo,
Cesar Hernandez,
2 outs.
but Nimmo's right there to grab it. So Hernandez with by far the hardest hit ball against Degrom so far.
It seems that way, Joe.
I mean, look at some of these numbers. It's like Bugs Bunny numbers. He struck out 45% of his hitters. That's unheard of for starting pitching.
Yes.
He had 146 strikeouts and just 11 walks.
14.3 strikeouts per 9. Put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Just like El Franco's seen plenty of Degrom over the years and operated on fairly even terms at 6 for 25 against Jake.
Jake. 37 pitches for Jake with 2 outs in the 3rd.
And he fouls off the fastball and it's 0-2.
No, not at all.
It's especially been difficult for the
15
National
pitches
League
an inning?
East, and
Not bad.
that's no plenty of that. That's it.
Ground ball.
To Lindor. He gobbles it up.
3 outs. Beautiful.
And Degrom.
39 pitches through 3 innings. That's a great pitch count. Can easily go 60 if he goes at this route. Mets, Nationals, tied at 0, going to the top of the 4th. Mets got to get some runs, man. Jesus. So, once again, guys, just make sure you hit on that like button if you haven't already. Let's get to 200 likes today by the end of the stream. New goal for this live stream, 200 likes. Let's get it done, guys. And I want to appreciate everybody who tuned into the MLB Trade Deadline special yesterday and today. It was a lot of fun, even if we disagreed. It was a lot of fun. I necessarily don't think the Mets did enough. They basically saved them from an actual disaster of a trade deadline by getting Michael Givens, who is a very good reliever and can get out righties and lefties. But it was an underwhelming trade deadline. And as Epler said, he didn't want to regret a trade that he made. He didn't want to regret making a trade. And he was gun shy. That's basically what he was. He was gun shy to give up certain prospects. And listen, could these moves work that he made? Yes. Are we necessarily happy with what he did? No. Because the talk, when the Mets didn't get a lot of bullpen help in the offseason and clearly needed a bat at the DH, that's all we talked about for months. We need we need a DH bat. We need bullpen arms. Well, we didn't do necessarily big name moves, but they had it. And I guess that's all you have to, you got to go. Look, I'm going to go with it, but if it comes down to the fact that either we lose the division or pieces that we got didn't perform in the playoffs, he's got to take the blame. It's just that simple. All right, guys, top of the 4th. Mets, Nationals at 0. Typical for the Mets not scoring for a DeGrom start. In rare season form. Let's see if the Mets can get some runs here.
Comment on your next trip today. 4th inning with no score. Rory Abbott got out of a first inning jam and has held the Mets at bay. A Vogelback walked in that first inning. He leads off in the 4th.
Vogelbach 6 for 18 as a Met, 2 doubles. He walked the first time. That was his 7th walk. He's a guy that has a good eye.
Come on, Vogie.
And that one hits the inside corner slider, and it's 0-2. Corey Abbott, San Diego native, played his college ball at Loyola Marymount. 2nd round pick by the Cubs in 2017. It's turned foul by Vogelbach.
Another crazy shot by Vogie foul.
Right off the Frank Howard son. Big Frank. Frank's on that ring of honor for the Nationals. Talk about a big slugger.
Great man. What a wonderful person. Hard worker. Great coach. Loved him.
Vogelbach floats this one out to right, and Palacios is there. And he puts it away 1 out. We don't think about Jake needing counsel mid-game.
Players are much more receptive to in-game coaching than in our generation.
I think, though, that
Exactly,
on this
Christian.
staff,
He misread the market.
you see a lot more talking between innings with guys like Scherzer and Bassett. Not so much with Degrom.
And I think it's wonderful. And you will notice earlier in the year, McGill and Peterson were like,
Sponges.
yes, like E.F. Hutton. They were just all ears, which is great. You want to absorb all that knowledge from the experience that's in this Met staff.
It really is an incredible staff if it stays healthy the rest of the way. I mean, with the accomplishments of DeGrom and Scherzer at the top, but also the abilities of Walker and Carrasco and Bassett, all of whom bring different things to the table. If they can keep this unit intact down the stretch of the postseason, tell them what they might accomplish. McNeil flies one out to left.
Oh, boy.
Hernandez is there. 2 out. Road ahead brought to you by your Tri-State Cadillac dealers. Day game tomorrow, 4 o'clock start to wrap up this road trip. And then the big series with the Braves starts on Thursday night. The Mets have 9 games in the next 2 weeks against the Braves, 5 at Citi Field, and then week after next, 4 in Atlanta. It's an 11-game homestand, though, before we get to that point. The Braves are in for 5, the Reds for 3, and the Phillies for 3. The revamped Phillies.
Big old homestand for our Mets.
Zach Wheeler and Noah Syndergaard both face the Mets.
Wouldn't that be, I will miss that series.
That you'll be watching, I'm sure.
No, I will not. I will be with my former teammates, 82 teammates in St. Louis.
So you'll have the games on tape and you'll watch them afterward.
Oh, we'll be telling old war stories. Kidding?
Well, we'll let you know what happens. Tyler Naquin fouled out his first time up. Good off-speed pitch by Abbott. And it's 0-2. So far, Corey Abbott's holding up his end.
You see the shift of 2 strikes. We see it so often, the third baseman with 2 strikes, because there's no potential for a bunt, moves over, and then you leave your shortstop in familiar territory on the shortstop's area.
And so don't do it that way. They just move everybody over.
Because they have such versatility on their infield.
Because both Escobar and Guillaume are capable of, playing that shortstop position. And feeling comfortable there.
Yeah.
It's for a lot of running for the third baseman to go back and forth.
I wouldn't like it.
Naquin, it's a slow ground ball into the
Run it
chest.
out.
Who's going to get it? It's going to be the second baseman.
Good hustle. 2 out. Base hit.
Naquin. It's the speed of Naquin. Just playing too deep when you play like that.
Yeah, they're going to give a base hit there, and they should. Gold Glover Hernandez here just didn't have it on the exchange. And if he was going to throw a shovel pass, I don't think he gets Naquin with that.
I don't think he was getting it. Yeah. First, he had to avoid Franco, who was moving toward that ball. And Naquin could get down the line. We first saw Tyler Naquin when he came up with the Indians. when they were the Indians. The Mets had a trip to Cleveland. And he was a rookie that year. A great rookie season. Had a good run, throw, had some power. I don't know, just before that was about through the pitch to Degrom. But then injuries interceded for Nick, and he never quite fulfilled that promise. And it's just the last couple of years that he's been able to stay healthy and show off all his skills with the Reds.
Had a big year with Cincinnati last year.
The Mets are really fortunate to have him. Degrom flies one
Catch
towards
it
left
in,
field line. Easy for Hernandez. And
Oh.
that retires the
Going to the bottom of the fourth, no score. Mets cannot hit Abbott. Jacob Degrom got a pitch without getting run support once again. You know, he's used to this by now, so he will be doing good. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. But what are you going to do? All you can do is laugh, right? So, once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in and talking Mets and Rob. We're watching the first DeGrom start in over a year. Pitching well. And, of course, the Mets don't give him any run support. We're going to the bottom of the fourth. Jacob Degrom has 39 pitches through 3 innings. So, he keeps on this pace. He definitely could probably go 6 if he continues to keep that pitch count low. So if you can get 6 innings, around 75 to 80 pitches for DeGrom, I think we can't ask for anything else in his first start back. So, but all we care about is him being healthy after the start. You know, it's great he pitching well, but after he wakes up tomorrow, does he have any soreness or pain in his shoulder, his arm? Tomorrow's going to be a big day for Jacob Degrom and for Mets fans. We want him to feel good when he wakes up tomorrow. That's the most important thing. So once again, guys, I am showing the Braves and Phillies score. Going to update you throughout the Mets game for you guys, so you have an idea of, you know, at this point, you're probably scoreboard watching a little bit. You know, 3-game lead on the Braves, 4 in the loss column. So you definitely gotta, you know, peek at these scores a little bit because they are important. You know, the Mets can go back home into a Braves series up a couple of games here. So Jacob Degrom, bottom of the fourth. Let's see what he can do.
Victor Robles leads off, tries to bunt his way on, and fouls it off. They encourage Robles to try and bunt at least once every game. Last night he bunted hard to the first baseman and was retired. Well, we predicted last night that we would see an outpouring of Met fans in Washington today, and it has come to pass. They wanted to miss the return of Jacob Degrom to a big league mound. And so far, Jake has given them exactly what they expected. That's line toward the hole, base hit.
All right. Base hit through short and third.
First mistake Jake's made with the slider. And the second hit he's allowed.
He's a little off with the location. This is just a slider that didn't break. Kind of hung up there.
So now Jake will have to work out the stretch for the first time. He gave up a hit to Ruiz in the second, but he was thrown out trying to stretch.
12 stolen bases for Robles. Only caught once. Keep an eye on him.
You would have to think
They can get bold and daring.
they've got to. I mean, with Soto and Bell gone, you would think that David Martinez is going to take the opportunity.
Okay, DeMax, you're making everything obvious, but soreness and pain for Jacob Degrom kept him out 13 months. All right, so yeah.
He has seen the heights.
Remember,
and he's
they
seen
didn't
the
make him
depths
pitch
in his 5 years
in
as
a
national
in a
skipper.
rehab start
Almost got
because of the
fired,
fact he had
during
soreness
the season,
the day
year
after
they
he
won
started. So
the World Series.
remember, Jacob Degrom is the type of guy that doesn't like to feel any type of. I'm not talking about normal pitching soreness. I'm talking about soreness in areas where he doesn't feel comfortable pitching. That's the most important thing. You don't want him to feel pain the next day. Pain is not good. Soreness, yes. Pain, no. And before you tell me what to say, this is my channel. You're
grabbed
here.
him and brought
I'm
him
here.
to our
It's my
dugout.
channel. Please.
I don't remember that. There he goes.
Robles takes off, and Nito can't get a throwaway.
All right, stolen base
Robles is 13th
against
of the
Degrom
year.
for Robles.
We kind of knew that was going to happen. Been surprised that Jake didn't throw over when he got a good jump, too. They slipped past the base.
So the Nats have their first runner in scoring position tonight. 2-1 count to Garcia with Yadiel Hernandez on deck. And that's drilled to right field. That's going to go up the gap and all the way back to the wall, and the Nats will take the lead.
Well,
Robles
1-0
is
Nationals.
Garcia into second base with an RBI double. And the Nats have struck first against DeGrom. It's 1-0 Washington.
Well, he jumps on this high fastball. Let her high.
Shoulder damage they couldn't find in 13
Out over the
months.
plate.
For how long they couldn't find the pain, where it was coming from, right? So mute me, I don't care. And guess what? You just got blocked.
Back-to-back base
How about
hits
that?
for the Nationals to start the fourth producer run. And now Yadiel Hernandez bats with a runner in scoring position. Hernandez grounded out to short his first time up. And he fouls a slider at the feet. 0-1. Phillies and Braves are starting a 2-game
When does
series
soreness
tonight.
become
The
pain?
Atlanta Phillies lead 1-0
When DeGrom
in the third.
said that he does not like to feel to pitch when he's in certain amount of pain or soreness. He said that. Come on.
It's 3.5 up on
You guys
the
want to
Braves
hear what you
starting
want to
tonight.
hear. You don't pay attention to what the player says.
It's grounded on the right side. Diving stop for Alonso. Throwing from his knees to
All right,
DeGrom.
one
Gets
out.
the
Runner moves to third.
Garcia over to third. So a productive out for Yadiel Hernandez, getting runner to third with 1 out.
There was a ball really that McNeil had covered. Watch Pete go to his right and look at McNeil.
You know, it's funny.
McNeil would have had been in front
People
of him.
who come in here
And that's something that
and talk so much
Pete got a lot
nonsense,
better at.
and then, you know,
Kind of drop an anchor.
more on this,
Should go to
ask
his right
this,
and
asshole this.
I'd rather see him be aggressive like that.
Last time I checked, you have the option to come in here. If you're going to come in here and troll,
So the Mets bring the infield
I
in,
will
and
fuck
that's
you up,
who struck out
and I will
5.
block you, and I will treat you like a piece of shit, and I will do that, and I'm not that type of guy.
Where he needs a strikeout
So,
against Nelson Cruz, who he
The
struck out
Max,
his
who
first
just
time
kept
up.
on trolling and trolling and trolling, you're an asshole. And mute me all you want. Go to another channel. Nobody's telling you to come on here. All right? You keep on going back and forth. When DeGrom actually said
We have chronicled this
in an interview,
start of his
he
career,
does not like to pitch to
especially since
any
his
type
first
of
Cy Young
discomfort,
season. He
soreness,
gets
or
better
pain.
and better the tighter the situation gets.
Have a good day.
Runners on base, runners in scoring position. Runner
So,
in third,
1-0
less than 2
Nationals.
out.
Jacob Degrom did give up a run.
The classic example of how he pitches with men on base and when the pressure's on was that in Los Angeles, that game against the Dodgers.
Game 5.
So, see if DeGrom can get out of this little jam. He's very good in doing that. Keep it to 1 run.
He gave up 2 runs in the first inning and then slammed the door for the next 5.
That's fine. They can get me worked out. That's fine.
And he has
All right. Nice
Cruz
strikeout.
chase a slider for strike 3. So in a spot where Jake needed a strikeout, it takes him just 3 pitches to get it. And he bans Cruz. for the
That's
second
true,
out.
Anthony.
I believe here is a changeup. There was a change. First one he's thrown because he needed the strikeout, the runner on third.
So now the infield can back up with 2 out. 6 strikeouts now for Jake. And here's Tabor Ruiz, who had the first hit against DeGrom. Single down the right field line, throw it out, trying to stretch, and a perfect throw by Starling Marte. And that's line toward right center field. Back in the gap goes Nemo on the run, and he
Yeah,
gets
all right,
there
man.
to make the catch.
Whew.
Sign
All
retired.
right. Well, Jake, you know, had a little bit of a mishap, but, you know, he's allowed that, right? Nobody's perfect. Gave up 1 run in typical Jacob Degrom finds a way to limit the damage, and that's what we like to see. Gave up a little bit more pitches than you would like in this inning, but that's okay. 51 pitches, still got 25 to 30 pitches to go, give or take. Ramon, thank you, buddy. I'm glad you're a subscriber, man. Hopefully you keep on coming back for more. So we're going to the top of the fifth, 1-0 Nationals. Be nice if the Mets can score some runs for the damn guy. But nothing new for the Mets, man. Well, yeah, he was missing his location in this spot, in this inning, for sure. First game back, Rafael. Inebriated, let's get those runs. Game's moving along pretty quickly. It's been a long day. 5-hour stream earlier into a probably 3.5 hour game today. Total of close to 8.5 to 9 hours of live streaming. I'm getting my voice, a little bit of tea, a little bit of honey, a little bit of medicine. My voice sounds still like crap, but I'm getting there. Ramon, I'm not happy with what they've done, but they're not big moves. I could say they're probably a little less than solid moves, but again, Epler felt like this is what he can do. This is what he wanted to do, or at least what he could do. And he believes in it. So let's go. You put on the Mets jersey, I'm rooting for you. Just that simple. All right, Tomas Nido leading off. Washington leads 1-0. Abbott's been pitching well. See if the Mets can get some runs for our boy.
Kind of a stark difference from last year when the team, certainly not as good as this team was, not as deep as this team was, but the first half of the season, 8 games over 500 as Nido rounds out to third base. And after that injury in the second half to Degrom where he didn't pitch, it just felt like the team lost a little bit of its mojo, obviously collapsed down the stretch. A very different story this year. He had 28 games over 500 before Jacob Degrom faced his first start of the season.
And Steve, it just goes to show the importance of having leadership at the helm, your skipper. That's what Whitey Herzog
I agree,
did with
Dodger.
our 82
For sure.
club. He challenged us.
Met fan or not, it's good to see a great player
in that meeting
healthy
really
again.
a challenge to his
Hopefully he remains that way.
So those are the things that a manager can instill in his ball club. And remember, Buck took this over to change the whole dynamic, the culture of this clubhouse.
Come on, Brandon.
And the personnel. And it's been done, and it's come out spades with their record. They're in first place, playing great ball.
Well, I think also, if you compare the
Yeah,
2022
man.
roster to the 2021 roster, this is just a better team.
Oh, no
I
doubt.
mean, the additions that they made, starting with Scherzer, but also Marte has been an enormous addition. And Escobar and Canada and Ottavino.
I agree with
and
DeVito,
Diaz
100%.
pitching like the greatest
I agree with that.
closer
Yeah,
in history. I mean, there have been so many
I think we
things that
all
have been
probably
great, but
expected
Steve
more.
McNeil rebounding from a bad year.
But what they
and
did,
having a great
they
season.
got,
The Buckets, a lot
I
of
would say,
credit,
quality
but
over
Steve
quantity, or quantity over quality, basically.
They're able to withstand
Guys who are
the
good
loss
on
of
one side of the
DeGrom
plate
because they
against
have
one
more
particular pitcher,
good pieces in
right-handed
place
or
this year than they
left-handed.
did last year, where they were in first place for good.
And all you can ask for is, let's hope the numbers continue the way Ruff and Vogelback hit against righties and lefties. If they do that, we should be okay. I'd like another bullpen arm, but that can't happen.
A lot of, when's the other shoe going to drop kind of a feel, and you have to get rid of that. And then we'll go down a good break.
We can't hit Abbott. Beautiful.
Strikeout for Corey Abbott, who continues to shine. They've got Victor Orano up in the bullpen. They didn't think they were going to get 5 innings out of Abbott today, but he's close to giving.
Yeah, JD, I know.
Good down curveball.
Yep, a platoon DH. I mean, technically, we would go into a platoon DH between Dom and JD. If you put Vogelback and Ruff together, they got better numbers. Let's just hope they continue
And I
that.
think, when
Their
you
numbers
look at
as a
what
Met.
Mets did and didn't do at the trading deadline, you have to look at it from that standpoint. Is that they have built a roster that is built
solid.
to win. And they may be missing a piece or two, particularly in the bullpen. That remains to be seen. But you look at the starting staff they've got and the lineup they're putting out there every day, there aren't many teams in baseball that can come close to that. This guy's been a big part of that. Marte's just had a tremendous season.
Yes. And it's a unique lineup in today's game. It's a team that doesn't strike out. We've said that concept. You Met fans that follow this team, they don't strike out. They grind at bats. I kind of hate that term, grind, but I can't.
Yeah, power-wise, yeah. Maybe a little bit more of a better on-base guy than JD.
They make good
But
pitchers.
the
They
average
frustrate
is
pitchers.
a little
Pitchers.
worrisome.
And they added a couple of guys who will hit some home runs for them in Vogelback and Ruff. Aikman probably too. Give you a little more power. So the pieces are there. And now the unit is set. And this is what this team is going to be. Marte flies one out to left, and Hernandez is right there waiting for it. So 5.
Well, 5 scoreless innings for Abbott. Jacob Degrom's coming back on the mound. 1-0 Nationals, bottom of the 5th. Well, guys, look, nobody can justify this trade deadline and say that, oh, these were good moves. I honestly think Epler at the near last couple of minutes of the deadline, and he already told you in his comments, they were close to getting certain players. He wanted the price to go down. Continue. He panicked at the end. Clearly. Because all of a sudden, Joel Sherman reported that the Mets were willing to give Mauricio in a package to get a bat. He panicked and almost budged in giving him Mauricio. So, clearly, he wanted to do more, but he didn't pull the trigger. That's all you have to say. So, clearly, he didn't do the job that he was put out to probably do. And I think Epler, if you gave him truth serum and he was dead honest with you, I guarantee he said he probably wanted to do more. They were close to getting a lefty reliever, and he said last night he thought he was getting a catcher. Something happened. Either Epler got gun shy or the other teams pulled out. We're probably never going to know that. Yeah, we got Baez, but that was also a panic move. It was pointless. We had no rotation. Excuse me. I agree. Like I said, it could have all came down to the Cubs also got gun shy and didn't want to trade him, but who knows? All right, bottom of the 5th, 1-0 Nationals. DeGrom still on the mound. DeGrom has 52 pitches.
DeGrom is thrown to 15 batters
So,
he has faced.
Gets a quick inning here. Could pitch 6
First
innings.
big league at bat in the second.
Woo,
Chases
nasty
one
style.
there. 1-1. Gave up some hard hit balls in the 4th inning. A single to Robles, who stole second, a double to Garcia that planted the only run in this game. Slider off for play to Meneses, and it's 2-1. Everyone is asked in a situation like this, well, how many pitches are you going to let DeGrom throw? He always has the same answer. Flat ball out to right, and Marte comes through.
Should stay in the ballpark. One
catch to fair territory to retire Madison, and his answer is always, the other team will let us know.
Yep.
And the last inning, the other team had some good swings against some not so great pitches.
Yes, they did. There's this hanging slider that led off the inning, the base hit by Robles. You can see right down the pipe. Hardly broke. And then a high fastball out over the plate. Nemo's original target was, Nito was down and away. Had to reach up and over the plate to get that ball.
Josh Palacios takes the first pitch curveball for a strike. So there's the third curveball that Jake has thrown.
First pitch, 2. Get me over curveball to a left-hander on the outside corner.
Comes back with a changeup that misses low and a ball on a strike. It feels
I think
against these rookies,
a D would have been what I would have gave him if he didn't get Givens.
Right,
I give him a C minus. Only because he got Givens last minute, which saved his bullpen for sure. 2 outs. 58 pitches with 2 outs in the 5th. He can definitely go 6 innings with no problem.
And the slider is what it is, the pitch he's working on. He's located his fastball pretty good. That 4th inning, last inning, they scored. He got his pitches up. But, he's just...
Braves got bases loaded, 1 out in the bottom of the 3rd. Still 1-0 Phillies.
That's a pitch no.
Says Hernandez hooked the ball hard his first time up, lined out to center field. And he lines this one right to left.
3 outs.
2-line drives for Hernandez, and he's found gloves both times.
All right, so 59 pitches through 5 innings for Jacob Degrom. Probably going to go 6 innings, and we should be happy with that. 6 innings, 1 run. I'll take that every day of the week. Coming up for our Mets, 3, 4, 5. Lindor, Alonso, and Vogie. Once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. The Mets versus Washington watch party. Jacob Degrom's first start back in over a year. Wearing a Mets uniform in a Major League team, on a Major League mound. Let's get some runs for him. Thank you guys for tuning in. Don't forget to hit on that like button. And appreciate all you guys hanging out with me through the MLB trade deadline special for 5 hours. And now during the Mets game, watching Jacob Degrom basically pitch very well today. Little hiccup in the 4th, but what can you say? It happens. And Austin Riley just struck out, I believe. So it's 2 outs with the bases loaded at the bottom of the 3rd. Phillies lead 1-0. Going to be scoreboard watching with you guys. Keeping up the Phillies and Atlanta score. Very important series here for us to watch. With about 59 games to go in the season, you got to start scoreboard watching now because every game is so important for the Mets, the Braves, and the Phillies. Obviously, Mets got to win some ball games. We want the Phillies to beat the Braves. Mets win, Phillies win. Phillies don't gain any ground, Braves lose ground. That's the whole idea, right, guys? Try go Phillies right today, yes. But, man, let's get the Mets some runs, man. Get DeGrom some damn runs. Let's go. Scored 7 runs yesterday. We got no runs through 5. Today was a day game. They have a doubleheader in San Diego. I know it's a Tuesday afternoon, but there's nobody in that Padres ballpark. I mean, they got a good team. Now they just traded for everybody. Yeah, not looking good. See if they can get out of it. All right, guys. Jacob Degrom might be done. I think he is. Yep. DeGrom is done. They're shaking his hand. 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 6 strikeouts, no walks. So he's done. 5 innings for DeGrom.
3 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts, 59 pitches. Steven Nagosic is up in the Mets bullpen.
Steven Nagosic is going to be coming in the game for the 6th inning. Well, Ella.
So it's been a typical DeGrom game so far.
Oh, Frankie, let's get him some runs.
And he trails 1-0. The Nationals go to their bullpen. Victor Arano takes over for Corey Abbott through 5 scoreless innings.
The Braves just scored.
Night in the 8th.
I'm going to update in a second.
For him. Veteran.
He was the leadoff hit to Nimmo, then get a double play ball.
Oh, yeah. Tie game. Lindor just went deep. Yeah, baby. Tie game. All right, Frankie. There we go. Yes. 2-1 Braves. RBI, 2 RBIs for Eddie Rosario. But Lindor just hit a solo home run to tie the game, saving the possible loss for Jacob Degrom. One more run and he's in for the win. Let's go.
Way too much play. He gets down.
He golfed that ball to right field. 19 home runs in the 103rd game of the season. 84th RBI. Is on pace to hit 30 home runs and 100 RBIs. I take that.
That's fouled by Alonso. Nothing in one. What is the 19th
home run?
His 74th run driven in.
Go down and get it. Full extension of the arms, golfed it.
That's right, 74th RBI. Sorry, not 84th, 74th. Yep, on pace to hit 30 and 100.
Mets have gotten DeGrom even, and now Pete Alonso.
Come on, Pete.
Oof. He takes a slider for a strike from Milano, and so it's
got
to be on pace now. Lindor, see the RBIs.
He's only 6 away from Reyes' all-time RBIs by his Mets shortstop.
Because Rubel Cabrera had 23. I think that's the Mets club record.
Come on, Pete.
Shortstops.
He has a good shot at 30.
Oh, God, Pete. That's terrible.
The slider. And there's the first down.
Wouldn't that be something to get 30 home runs from your shortstop?
He's hit as many as 38 this season.
Certainly capable of it. I mean, he's got 11 to go with 60 games left. That's well within his range.
All right, Atlanta takes the lead going to the top of the 4th. 2-1 Atlanta.
And since recovering fully from that fractured finger that he suffered, in LA,
come on, Vogie. First home run as a Met right here.
Weeks, he has just been on fire. Vogelback taking outside ball 1.
And he played with it too. He and Pete have been the 2 guys that have. There's Nagosic going to come in. 2 guys that have played every day in this ball club.
It's nice to see that man smile again. I'm back on the mound, threw the ball 102 miles an hour on his 3rd pitch. Instead of a few changeups.
Yep, DeGrom is done. Nagosic is in the pen.
Fastball slider.
So 5 innings, 1 run, 6 strikeouts, no walks
6
for DeGrom.
Run on 3 hits. It's a 1.80 ERA. So he's right back in the groove. Notice from his catcher. Vogelback pops one behind.
This might drop.
And Garcia.
Oh, nice catch by Garcia. 2 outs.
Luis Garcia was the only man who could have gotten there. And he ran down that pop-up by Vogelback for the second out.
He showed some speed there.
Nice play. That was not easy. He was shifted towards shortstop and made a long play down left field line. Nice play. Can't ask for anything better from DeGrom. He looked good.
Nationals in the deal they made with the Padres today picked up C.J. Abrams, who we saw a few weeks ago with the Padres, who's just 21 and projects now as their shortstop of the future. The question is, where does Garcia fit? Does he fit long-term as their second baseman? It's one of the things they're going to have to figure out. It's called strike to McNeil, nothing but one. Jeff went up twice, flying out both times against Corey Abbott, who threw 76 pitches over 5 innings. A lot of no runs and 2 hits,
Brandon.
2 walks, 3 strikeouts, a hit batsman. His second big league start, and Abbott performed very well, got out of the first inning jam, and was never really threatened.
I mean, come on, Jeff. Sorry. Not Brandon.
Used the slider to get ahead on McNeil 0-2. Well, the Braves have gone in front of the Phillies 2-1. The Phillies are trying to get through that game with a bullpen day. Nick Nelson started with the first 2 innings. Spencer Strider for the Braves. Phillies certainly made an impact at the deadline. And McNeil can't lay off the slider. Strike 3.
All right. So Mets tied a ball game on a solo home run by Francisco Lindor, taking Jeff off the hook with the possible loss. But a very nice outing for Jacob Degrom. 5 innings, 1 run, no walks, 6 strikeouts for Jacob Degrom, 59 pitches. They were projecting him to go, but nobody really knew. They thought he was going to go 70 to 75 pitches. It's fine. He threw 5 innings, pitched well. Everything looked good. He looked healthy. Big time tomorrow. Wakes up, feels good, goes through his routine, his 5-day routine before he starts again. His next start will be against the Braves on Sunday, most likely. So, as you see on your screen, Atlanta is leading, just took the lead in the bottom of the 3rd. They are leading the Phillies 2-1 in the top of the 4th. The Mets are going to the bottom of the 6th, tied at 1 with the Nationals. Steven Nagosek is coming in to replace Jacob Degrom. Nagosek has pitched well out of the pen since the Mets called him up. See if he can continue that, keep that lead, keep that tie game so the Mets can take advantage and win the ball game and either remain 3 games up on the Braves or gain another game for the Braves. Yeah, that's kind of sad about DeGrom. But you know what? He just has bad luck. What are you going to do? Yeah, isn't that kind of funny? The Mets were raking in the last week of the deadline. And after the deadline, the Mets forgot how to hit again. Told you we needed a bat. No. Guys, don't listen. Yeah, I agree. All right, bottom of the 6th. Tie game. They're replaying the quick recap of DeGrom's outing. 6 strikeouts.
59 pitches. 3 hits, 1 run. Had the 1 hiccup, the 1 inning before. 6 strikeouts, no walks.
Averaged 99.7 miles an hour on his fastball. Got it up at 101.6, rounded up to 102. And he and Tomas Nido very happy about what transpired here tonight. 1-1 game as we go to the bottom of the 6th. And Steven Nagosek, who comes off 2 solid innings against the Marlins on Sunday, back out there for the 6th. And gets his first pitch he thought was strike, but it's called the ball to Michael Franco. Steven and his mustache have fared extraordinarily well for the Mets this year. I heard you rated it a 5, Keith. Steven's mustache.
Oh, I got an interesting story about Steven. We were waiting for the airplane.
I wouldn't say that much right there.
We flew in from Miami. One of the elevators was down. And we had a lengthy conversation waiting for the elevator on how we like to trim our mustaches.
Really? Yes. Do we have video of this conversation?
He engaged me. I didn't engage. He brought it up. How do you trim your mustache? How do you like it? I'm going, well, I don't like it on my upper lip. Neither do I.
Well, of course he's approaching you. You are like the mustache guru. Franco flies one out to left.
All right, should be 1 out.
A couple strides to get under it.
And it
Big
is.
kick into that 1 out. Come on. You're like the go-to guy for the mustache crowd. Who are you going to ask rather than Keith Hernandez about how to trim the mustache?
He said, how much? I'd like to bring it down a little bit. I like to get it down, but I don't want to get it too far down. Because that's like a Fu Manchu. I said, yeah.
Then you're Al Roboski.
Yes.
Oh, that's crazy.
Wisconsin.
Right.
So it was very
Impressive
interesting
staff.
conversation. But
Stephen and his mustache are doing quite well with that. This is now his 9th outing with the Mets. He's given up 1 earned run. Here's a pop-up off the bat of Victor Robles. Fouling out of play, 0-1. Robles had the base hit, stole a base, and scored the run against Degrom in the 4th inning. They gave up 1 run and 3 hits, no walks, 6 strikeouts. Typical Degrom performance, and only short-circuited by the fact that he had not gone 5 innings in any of his rehab outings. And when they judge how far to push a pitcher in this circumstance, they don't just judge the number of pitches, they judge what they now call up-downs, which we know is innings. So 5 up-downs, 5 innings, that was enough.
then you have what the catcher, what they call it when they throw to second base?
Hot
time.
Yeah. Speaking of which, did you see that the Marlins traded a couple of their relievers to Toronto? They traded Anthony Bass, so now they've got rid of both of their fish guys in 2 days.
Right.
First Fishman and now Bass gone. And they traded Zach Pop, who is a native of Toronto. He goes to the Blue Jays. And he took a snap and crackle with him, and Robles gets drilled by Negosic.
Hit him right in the arm.
Changeup that ran in on him. And so
That didn't feel
Robles
good.
at first base. And it's not what Negosic wanted in a tie game, to put the best base stealer for the Nationals board.
And he's already stolen a base. They've got to pay some attention to him. They got him on the upper arm area. Above the protection.
One out base runner for the Nats. There's Luis Garcia, who drove in the Washington run. Should have doubled to right center. Drive home Robles in the 4th.
Nice play by Pete there.
Goes in for a change up to first base. Robles is one of those guys who takes his lead well behind the bat.
Nice, Joe. Nice.
So it's almost like when he comes back in, he comes back at an angle.
Can't complain about that.
Right. As long as he runs a straight line to the base.
And Negosic misses in with a cutter for ball 1.
Come on, Steven. Let's go. Double play.
And that fastball in for a strike, 1-1. Negosic pitching the 6th. Now Bonavino got 4 outs last night. He may or may not be available. Edwin Diaz is fully available.
Come on,
And
Steven.
so
Let's
is
go.
Seth Lugo. And as Buck is trying to piece together this game, I'd be thinking about 2 innings from Lugo tonight. Of course, he's got to get Negosic through the 6th. Long hold, and Garcia takes that cover
Just inside.
and it's 2-1. Roscoe Ramirez up in the Nationals bullpen. He was one of the 5 Washington relievers who worked last night.
It was a bullpen coach, Ricky Bonus, out there. Now, bullpen coach for the Nats.
Nice
That's
pitch.
on the corner. Good fastball.
No, man, I'm happy
tonight.
that he pitched well, but
2-2.
this isn't a. We need to win this game.
High-speed hitting tonight. Garcia's got the hardest hit ball in this game. On his RBI double. It's got to 105 against Degrom.
That is Ricky Bonus.
Came in at 100, went out at 104. There goes Robles, swung and fouled. So Robles was on the move, got another good jump. But Garcia on a 2-2 pitch and swing at it, fouled it off. Yadiel Hernandez waiting on that. Robles stole his 13th base of the year in the fourth inning.
Yeah.
I think he had ideas there, taking the base. Got a nice quick move over there. Nagosa.
Garcia slugs one to deep right. Marte doesn't even bother giving it a courtesy run. That's way out of here. A 2-run homer for Luis Garcia. He's driven all 3 Washington runs, and the Nats go back in front 3-1.
I'm glad we got bullpen help.
Fourth home run of the year for Luis Garcia, and he got every bit of that.
Not a bad pitch, I thought. Up and in fastball, just a fast.
It's okay. Our pitches, our coaching staff is gonna fix our bullpen, like Epler said.
Off the face it.
He crushed that. And he knew it.
Well,
RBI double 2-run
there you
homer
go.
for the 22-year-old Luis Garcia, and it's 3-1 Washington. And now Yadiel Hernandez tees off and hits one deep to right. And that ball's out of here. Back-to-back home runs for Garcia and Hernandez, and it's 4-1 Washington.
Where are all the Met fans that were saying we're okay? Because we're not.
So it's Soto and Bell gone to San Diego. The Nationals, who are
Wow.
dead last in the National League in home runs, hit home runs on back-to-back pitches against Negosic, and it's 4-1 Washington.
Slider,
Oh boy.
little cutter. Didn't break much. Down in the left-hand hitters, it's very dangerous.
So Negosic gets tagged twice on consecutive pitches. And now the Nats with a 3-run lead.
Wow.
8th home run of the year for Yadiel Hernandez.
Yeah, but either way,
Lopez up in the bullpen.
you know,
Aronson gives him his hat with his
Negosic
pitching
and
on
Yohan Lopez are going to be pitching in this ballgame. Like,
that. Well, now Nelson Cruz,
uh,
who's hit 457 home runs in his major league career, and he swings at the first pitch and fouls off the fastball. Negosic got the first out and then got a hit on Robles before hitting him in the arm with a pitch. And he has paid the price for that. Slider in for a strike to Cruz, and it's 0-2. Cruz struck out twice against Degrom, including in the fourth inning with a runner at 3rd and 1 out.
yeah,
Now
Trevor
struck him
May.
out on 3
Can't wait.
pitches, got him with a changeup. And Negosic misses away with a cutter, and it's 1-2.
Well, when you throw up minor league bullpen arms like Negosic, minor league bats are going to hit him.
This was going to be the troublesome inning for Buck Showalter, knowing that DeGrom wasn't going to go beyond 5. Mets get Trevor May back, and that'll give them another veteran option in their bullpen. It's due to be activated before the game tomorrow. Another slider distance of 3-2 to Cruz with Jacob Ruiz on deck. Your city probables for the beginning of tomorrow's game. That would be Chris Bassett for the Mets and the veteran right-hander Anibal Sanchez goes for the Nats.
Again, when you bring up a minor league bullpen pitcher against a minor league hitting team, it's kind of even.
Swing and a miss. And Negosic strikes out Cruz, who fans for the third time tonight. That's the second out of the inning.
Up and in fastball right there. Cruz having trouble catching up to fastballs in his elder years.
Elder. You dropped an elder on him. Well, elder, like he's eligible for Medicare. Elder.
We all get old. There was a time when I couldn't catch up to it.
Gabriel Ruiz. I mean, when you were in Cleveland, did you think, I'm in my elder years?
No, because I was 37. I feel like I'm in my elder years now.
I'm 68 now.
I am drawing Social Security.
There you go.
On Medicare. Amongst other things.
You are a bona fide,
I'm an elder statesman.
bona fide senior citizen now. Yes, an elder statesman. That's a good way of putting it. But you know what happens to elder statesmen, don't you?
No,
You can put out the
You think
best-
Buck Showalter's
not this guy.
Not yet.
putting out these guys on
Got a
purpose?
few more hills to climb.
Like, all right, thank you, Epler.
I don't know about that.
Let me throw out Negosic and Lopez.
Sure,
This is what you gave me to work with. Maybe that's a little nod to Epler there.
Rolls over one and Alonso in front of it. That retires the side, but not before back-to-back homers.
Well, back-to-back homers. Washington leads 4-1. Mets got 3 times more at bat to get back in this ball game. And the Braves are winning 3-1 in the top of the 5th. Again, this bullpen's a problem. It's not a joke. It's not something that, people were just saying, oh, let's get a bullpen on, make it even better. No. This bullpen occasionally can be good. Every now and then, Ottavinos look good for a month, but then Joely Rodriguez is absolute crap. You got guys like Negosic, Lopez, Seth Lugo in the last week has looked better. Everybody know that Mets needed more bullpen help, not just Givens. And James, it's not just about being one game. It's the fact that you got 2 more games today and tomorrow against the Nationals, and then you head back home to play 5 against the Braves. You want to have around the 3, possibly 4 game lead going into that series. The Phillies ain't helping us right now. The Phillies not helping us right now. You don't want to lose a game to the Nationals that have nobody in their team, where you can possibly gain a game or at least 1 game or 2 games against the Braves while you're going to be facing them for 5. And, as good as the Braves bullpen is, they still added to that really good bullpen with getting Iglesias. The Mets added Givens, who is a nice move, but it's not going to be enough. It's not. Because you're relying on Trevor May, who hasn't basically pitched all year. And the defense is showing up for the Phillies again, which is not shocking. Yeah, I mean, Negosic shouldn't be giving up back-to-back home runs to a Nationals team. Sorry. All right, so top of the 7th, Mets are trailing 4-1. See if they can come back in this ball game.
Tina is the skipper of Bravos, much like Bobby Cox and Tony La Russa going through his bullpen.
Look,
1 inning
Epp was
at a
putting
time.
all his cards in
Ramirez worked the seventh
that
last
May,
night, gave up a couple of hits,
Lugo,
out of
Ottavino can pitch well.
The order in this seventh inning.
So.
Nate Quinn, Guillorme, and Nito do up. Mets, who had been putting up big offensive numbers on this road trip, have been held in check tonight. And Aikman takes a strike. Aikman has one of the Mets' 3 hits, an infield single in the 4th. Corey Abbott went the first 5, allowed no runs, 2 hits.
Come on, Tyler.
Toronto
Start
gave
it
up
off.
a home run to Lindor. They got the Mets on the board in the 6th. It's a 52
No idea,
hits in the first 4 games of this road trip, but just 3 tonight. And Aikman takes
There we go.
away and some base hits.
All right, Tyler. Base hit.
Placed toward the line
Stay on
by
first.
Hernandez,
Easy there.
and
You need some
Aikman's
base
got his
runners.
second hit of the night, an opposite field single.
Good job. Good job.
So the Mets getting something started in the 7th.
Off the end of the bat.
Ethan, probably not.
He didn't pick the ball up. He didn't know where it went.
We saw that happen to Mark Canna a couple of times over the weekend.
Yes.
Yeah, he got a ball down the right field line. I had no idea where it was. Here's Guillorme.
You know what?
He's been up twice, flying out both times. First time up,
Ethan,
hit one
maybe
point
tomorrow. The
track.
game's at 4. I might be able to do a live stream. Come on, Luis. Let's go.
That's a 4 hits.
Game ain't over yet,
Aikman's
guys.
got
Let's go.
half of them. One of the ways we move toward the later stages of this game, keep in mind the Mets made a move on their bench today with J.D. Davis being traded away and Darren Ruff not scheduled to arrive until tomorrow. The Mets have activated Kramer Robertson. He's a right-hand batter, and he is available on the bench. Along with Canna, Escobar, and Mazika on the bench tonight. The other move the Mets made today was the option Sam Clay to make room for Degrom. And he asked, why did they just have Degrom replace Davis? That's because you can't have more than 13 pitchers, right? So they had to excise a pitcher to make room for Degrom.
When was the date that they established that?
No problem.
Remember?
They kept pushing it back. It wound up being sometime in the middle of June.
Right.
Come on, Luis. Base it. Let's go. Get back in this ball game.
And Guillorme lays off its strike with a cutter, and it's 1-2. Mets will have to make a couple of player moves tomorrow, assuming, well, 3 of them actually, assuming that Ruff and Michael Gibbons both arrive, and they're going to be activating Trevor May off the injured list. So that's 3 moves they're going to have to make before tomorrow's game, assuming Ruff and Gibbons both arrive. Aikman at first and nobody out. 1-2 to Guillorme with Nito on deck. And Luis takes it high. Ramirez keeps throwing that cutter, and it's 2-2. We go to the bottom of the 5th in Atlanta. Still Braves 3, Phillies 1. Yohan Lopez still up in the Mets bullpen. Looks like he's going to get 7th. That's the Mets rally, in which case the plan could change. 2-2 coming. And
Ball
that's
3.
off
All right.
late.
Good at bat.
And
Let's
now
go.
it's 3-2 to Guillorme. Well, Kyle Finnegan is up in the Nats bullpen. He's been doing most of the closing for Washington, but he's up in the 7th inning. Aikman at first, nobody out. 3-2 count to Guillorme. Not going. And Guillorme
All right.
fouls off the
Fouled it
fastball.
off. Come on. Stay alive.
Guillorme getting the start at third base tonight against the left-hander after Eduardo Escobar started last night. Escobar went 0 for 4 in last night's game. Guillorme 0 for 2 tonight.
This is Guillorme's 12th start at third base. You're going to see him playing a lot more third base with the addition of Naquin.
Well, Landon, the Braves couldn't have been any hotter when the Mets went into Atlanta and we took 2 out of 3.
It's very much like
So
where they were after the trading deadline in 2015. It's found a way in that you're going to have frontline talented players sitting on the bench every day.
Well, James, I want to say we own them.
Right. You can play the hot hand too. Escobar, I mean, they made kind of a move with Guillorme over there because Escobar.
But the Braves were the hottest team in baseball when the Mets went into Atlanta, and they took 2 out of 3.
Escobar
So,
gets red hot. You play the hot hand. You
know,
run him back out there.
look, it's going to come down to the pitching. We all know that, especially in this 5-game series. Come on, Luis, base it. Come on.
Coming from Ramirez to Guillorme. And Luis fouls
All
off
right,
another one.
staying alive.
So Guillorme battling against Ramirez. He worked an inning last night. Well, that's the platoon that the Mets are going to have at DH. And, you know, they are complementary players. Well, like, tremendous against right-handers and rough throughout his career against lefties. Those are his numbers this year against lefties. Even better for his career, over 900 OPS. It's number 9 to Guillorme. And he
That's a base hit. There we go. First and second, nobody out.
Perfect turn at bat for Luis Guillorme. Fought off all those cutters and get to base hit on the fastball. And that's up the first 2 men on to the 7th.
Here they come, charging back. Good at bat by Guillorme. When you throw him down and away, you're throwing into his strength. He doesn't try to pull.
Landon, I tend to agree with you with that.
He knows his.
I mean, it's not a guarantee that it could decide the division with, like, what, 54, 53 games left, but, you know,
Back to that base hit on the
look,
7th.
if the Mets continue to keep their 3-game lead by the time we face each other in a 5-game series, the Braves got to win 4 out of 5. Because if you win 3 games, you only gain 1 game, and that's not really exactly what the Braves want to do, you know?
Excellent punter.
And the Mets have a lot of easy games for the rest of the year. So
Ramirez has to face one more batter. Interesting, though, that David Martinez has his closer up in the 7th. Figuring maybe he gets the top of the batting order. We like to stay out of the double play here. If you're
all right, Tomas, come on.
Nito's already grounded out twice in this game.
You still could bunt, Jared. You could bunt, and I would not argue with it. You know, and a base hit gets you back to 1 run.
You know, I was just thinking with Degrom starting today.
Come on, Tomas.
Nito up in the number 9 spot in the order.
He's bunted.
And he does bunt.
Nice bunt.
And who's going to field it? Ramirez.
Nice bump by Nito.
Up there with the rookie first
Second and
baseman,
third with Brandon Nimmo coming up. Nice bunt.
So the Mets down by 3 runs. Nonetheless, sacrificing with Nito. 1 unassisted. Nito, the league leader in sacrifice bunts.
Well, look how he just stays level. He is really an accomplished bunter. I think that Pop wanted to stay away from the double play, too. Nito doesn't run well.
Yeah.
Nice sacrifice
all right,
for
so
Nito. David
Martinez is changing the pitcher. Well, Landon, I think you're – look, who doesn't agree, right? You can't be a baseball fan and not enjoy great players playing, right? Having these guys hurt, like the same thing with Acuna last year. Like, nobody wanted to see Acuna get hurt. Like, all right, Met fans are probably like, all right, well, that's going to help us in the long run, but no, it didn't. But, like, you never want to see a great player pitching, even if he's not on your team, get hurt. You just don't. You always want to see the great players play, even if they're not a part of your team and possibly could hurt your team. So, yeah, of course. Like, but it is nice to see Jacob Degrom. Hopefully he can stay healthy because he is the best pitcher in baseball when he's healthy. Well, we need Nimmo to come through here. Nice little base hit. Could reasonably, most likely score 2 runs. Get the Mets back in the ballgame here. Got 1 out, 2 runners in scoring position. Top of the order up. Can't ask for any more than that. You got your big boys up. Get it done. All right, guys. So we are in the top of the 7th right now. The Mets are trying to rally back in this ball game against the Nationals, who hit back-to-back home runs to break the tie and giving them a 4-1 lead. Mets are trying to come back in this ball game. Doing a little bit of a rally here, second and third, one out. Nito just bunted the runners over at scoring position for the top of the order. Nimmo, it's going to be up to Nimmo and Marte to get it done here. See if he can do it. No, there's no waiver wire anymore. So you can't do that. Now, teams can pick up players that other teams DFA'd. I don't know if I think there's a waiting period where you can pick up a player if they got DFA'd. But like a guy like Jerry's Familia, I think the Mets can pick him up in 48 hours if I'm not mistaken. So, but they can't make a waiver wire deal where you can both put him on the waiver wire and other teams can block you, which we've seen before. So Kyle Finnegan is coming in for the Nationals. Brandon Nimmo coming up with 2 men in scoring position with 1 out. And thank you for the super chat, buddy. Appreciate that. Well, I think that's the reason why you got Jake Odorizzi, because I don't think they necessarily think that Soroka could stay healthy. He's a great pitcher, but you can't count on, tearing his Achilles twice. And the last time by walking in the clubhouse. What happens if he pops off the mound? I don't know.
He remained second with 1 out. Brandon Nimmo is 0 for 2, and he's also been hit by a pitch.
Come on, Brandon.
And he fouls off Finnegan's first fastball off his fists, and it's 0-1.
Finnegan's got good stuff. He's got a good breaking ball and throws hard.
Saved 11 games for the Nats last year, 4 more this year. 30-year-old out of Texas State University.
The Mets can lose. The Mets can go 2-3 at home against the Braves in a 5-game series, and they only lose 1 game out of it. So, come on, Brandon.
I'm sure I did say 4-1, and now it's saying 3-1.
Ooh, where did that pitch?
Could have been a challenge. Yep. You can take points off the board in football. You kick the field goal, you get a penalty, you take the points off the board. You can have it in baseball now, too.
Yeah, Nimmo's a little off. I know he's been picking it up a little bit, but he's off a little bit. You can tell.
Here's the 1-1. And the fastball inside the Nimmo.
Ball 2.
99 miles an hour for Finnegan. It's 2-1.
I'll take a walk here with Marte coming up. Marte's been the hottest hitter on this Mets team, along with Lindor.
Lindor behind him. Mets have done very little hitting tonight. They loaded the bases in the first inning against Corey Abbott, but came up empty. They got a home run from Lindor in the 6th. This is the only other time they've had a runner in scoring position tonight.
Come on, Brandon.
Nimmo punches one toward short.
Oh, he got doubled up. Where are you going?
Second, and he gets doubled off on the up.
And bad base running cost us an inning to come back in the ball game. Going to the bottom of the 7th, Mets losing 4-1. Bad base running by Guillaume there. Good piece of hitting going the opposite field for Nimmo, but bad base running by Guillaume got doubled up at second. There you go. Can't do that. Can't get picked off. Can't get caught up on something like that. Okay. Well, and the Braves just scored again. 4-1 Braves. Yeah. Well, can't blame anybody but the Mets offense tonight. That's for sure. Yeah, you can't do that. You got to stop. Look, that was a situation where Guillaume did not look where the fielder was playing. He never paid attention to where the shortstop was playing. As a runner on second base, what do? You look behind you. All right, that's where the shortstop's playing. And if a ball's hit right at you, you got to freeze. You don't, less than 2 outs, you got to freeze. So, yeah, it's just bad base running. You can't blow up these opportunities against a team that you should be beating. I mean, how's it? They're playing the Phillies. I mean, could we not say the Phillies are good? They're still not a good team. They were bouncing the ball all over the place in this game against the Braves. I mean, the Phillies defense is still terrible. So it's not surprising. And if the Braves are so much better, they had the opportunity to beat the Mets in Atlanta, and they couldn't do it without, mostly any confidence that. And the Braves, this was when the Braves were excellent, playing great during that stretch. Well, if you did bet the Nationals in the money line, they were plus like 250, 350. And right now they're plus 670 to win. So it's crazy. Yeah, exactly, Landon. Like, it's not like the Phillies are world beaters here. Like, relax with that. The Braves should beat the Phillies. And yes, the Mets should beat the Nationals. All right, bottom of 7, 4-1 Nationals. 2 more at-bats for the Mets to come back in this ballgame.
Or more through the age of 23. Only one other besides Juan Soto was ever traded before.
Just waiting for the game to come back and 7th inning stretch to be over.
The elder years, as Keith would put it. How old was he?
Well, yeah. Look, anybody can lose to anybody any given day. It's baseball.
But he hit 344 that year, but he never.
And Yohan Lopez is in the game for the Mets.
Salted lunch again. Yohan Lopez pitched an impressive inning in Miami on Sunday. He'll come on the pitch in the bottom of the 7th inning tonight against the rookie first baseman Joey Meneses, making his big league debut. He's gone 0 for 2, and he flies one deep to right center. Nimmo goes back, takes a look at the warning track, and it's out of here. Joey Meneses, his first major league home run, the 30-year-old rookie waited forever to make his big league debut, and in his first big league game, he has a home run. And it's 5-1 Washington. First pitch thrown by Yohan Lopez, and Meneses hits it out of the ballpark.
Well,
he's got to be feeling good about
Epler's
that.
bullpen full effect.
He's here because
3 home runs given up by the Mets bullpen for 2 pitchers.
He is no Buck Ewing. He has taken the ball and he has run with it.
The Mets minor league bullpen is getting beaten by a minor league offense.
Against the Mets bullpen. Gave a back-to-back.
Oh, come on, guys. You knew it was going to be worse today. A terrible deadline and a game that you think the Mets are going to win? Oh, come on. Met fans can't get that lucky.
Never know how these things are going to develop.
I hope somebody bet $100 on the Nationals to win today. It's a nice little payday.
Nemesis.
My God.
I will not entertain that thought.
Wow.
Josh Palacios has gone 0 for 2 in his Nationals
But
debut.
Hauser, they're here today. And
It's funny how these things work sometimes.
They didn't get it done.
With Soto and Bell, we're dead last in the National League in home runs.
Right.
They did just 80 home runs in 104 games. And now they have 3 home runs in a 5-batter span with those guys gone. that ball.
And so much for the Phillies actually
With the
making a game out of
subject
it.
Trade in the not too distant future. What can he get for that ball? What's he want for it? Oh, look at that. He's giving it up. Oh, he got himself a ball for a ball, but he dropped it. So does he get another crack at it? He got 2 balls for three. Good negotiating. 3 for 1 trade. Nicely done. But maybe he was going to hold out for a signed jersey. The thing about it is that he's wearing a Scherzer jersey, and you know he would probably want to get like a Soto jersey in return for the ball. But those might not be available anymore. He's getting greedy. Good for him. He gave all 3 balls away. Then you got the guy in the Javi Baez Mets jersey. You got the guy in the Scherzer Nats jersey and the guy in the Baez Mets jersey.
What a nice guy.
And the security came over to ask him for the ball, and they didn't realize that he had already contributed the ball in exchange for 3 balls that he gave away. What a nice guy.
Sound like Madeline Kahn.
What a nice guy. Blazing Saddles?
Yes, of course.
So everybody's happy. Except maybe Yohan Lopez and followers of the New York Mets. Lopez trying to get an out here. 3-2 on Palacios with Cesar Hernandez on deck. Yeah, he struck him out. So Lopez throws a fastball by Palacios for the first out of the bottom of the 7th.
Good fastball down.
Well, now here's Cesar Hernandez, who hit 2 bullets against Degrom. 1 to center field, 1 to shortstop, both caught. A hard 0 for 2 for Hernandez.
You're not going to pinch it for Nito in that spot. Again, Guillermo just ran out of the inning right there.
Well, if Hernandez hits a home run, I know the ball's
You know,
carried.
Buck was trying to keep Nito out of a double play. He bunted him with 2 runners on with 1 out.
No home runs.
Guillermo shouldn't be running and being so far off second like that.
Splitter by Lopez.
That was bad base running.
I mean, the funny thing is, Cesar
The bunt worked.
21 last year.
Yeah, at the top of the order coming up with 2 men on in running the scoring position. They didn't get it done.
Second base to end the last 7.
Yeah, a rare base running mistake by Guillermo. And you can see, watch Guillermo, he drags, he knows, oops, he knows he made a mistake.
The funny thing is, right before the pitch was thrown, you could see him turn and look and see exactly where the shortstop was.
That's a vapor lock.
He had another similar base running mistake in Miami on Sunday. But in that case, it actually proved to be a beneficial mistake, right? When he got trapped off second base, but Canada was able to score from third.
Well, Joey Wendell made a worse blunder.
To Hernandez. And he launches one toward the gap in right center field. That's going to be up against the wall. Hernandez to second. He's going to turn and try for 3. And McNeil's relay throw is far too late. It's a triple for Cesar Hernandez. So no home run, but Hernandez has his 3rd triple of the year.
Bad Karam off the wall there, enabled the trip. 3rd scalded ball he's hit.
Well,
Gets a base
the Mets
hit out of this one.
put in 2 minor league bullpen
Watch
arms
this
today.
ball, Karam. That's what made a
And,
triple right there.
You know, they weren't using Lugo or,
Fence in front of the scoreboard.
you know, Ottavino in this game, clearly. So,
The Mets already down 5-1. They'll bring the infield in to face Michael Franco. Franco's grounded out and flied out 0 for 2.
what happened? Epler didn't do his job. Very simple. He's counted on the pitch, the the pitching coaches to fix Joely Rodriguez and help the bullpen out. That's what he's hoping for. That's exactly what he said in his quotes.
The whole series has been that way.
But you know what? I'm glad
Even with the Phillies.
this is happening. Honestly. You know why? Because Eppler's quotes just bit him in his ass. His own quotes. He trusts his coaching staff to fix, his words, fix Joely Rodriguez back to where he was early in the season, along with other bullpen arms.
With Trevor May coming back off the injured list and Michael Givens.
This is the shit you get when you don't do the job you're supposed to do with the bullpen. He was so concerned and giving up all these pieces for Vogelbach and Ruff and Naquin with these lower level minor leaguers, where I would rather you just focus your entire plan on the bullpen, where from day one of the season, when everyone knew the bullpen needed help.
So Lopez has a second strikeout, and Franco can't get the run in from third. 2 out.
And if everybody forgets, what was Epler's biggest problem with the Angels when he was the GM there? Never had a problem getting bats. He never figured out the pitching problems that the Angels had. And so far, completely screwed up this bullpen and didn't do the job he should have done in the offseason and didn't do the job in the trade deadline when everybody was like, oh, you don't have to do everything in the offseason. He'll do it in the trade deadline. He did it. Yeah, Givens is fine. But Givens is not going to make this bullpen what it should be. And it should be better than what it is. Oh, nice catch by Brandon Nimmo. Nice catch. Wow. Wow. Nice catch. What a catch. Saving a run. Woo-hoo.
This was phenomenal. What a play.
That was a hell of a catch. Nice play. All right, guys, going to the top of the 8th. Mets are trailing 5-1. Well, you know what? Everybody was saying the Braves were coming when they were at half a game, and then they ended up being 3 games again. So, well, yeah, I mean, Jimmy, you shouldn't be giving 5 runs up to a Nationals team that's throwing out a double-A lineup. Sorry. You shouldn't. But you know what? Look, don't think Buck Showalter threw out Nogosic and Lopez for kicks and giggles. All right? You don't think this was a little jab at Eckler saying, thanks for the help? Come on. I'm not so sure Buck Showalter didn't do this on purpose today and throw out these 2 guys and say, all right, well, this is what you want to give me? I'm going to throw them out there. I don't know. That's just what happens with the Mets with scoring with Jacob Degrom. Excuse me. Well, I think Buck Showalter is honestly, look, not saying Buck Showalter was trying to lose the game here. He's not. But the deadline comes. The Mets are on a 1-1 tie with a bad Nationals team. You got mostly a rested bullpen. No, I'm not saying Hauser is that he thought this, but you could shut down this lineup and you don't play the Braves until Thursday. you don't have to throw out all your bullpen arms, but I mean, come on, the Gosick and Lopez, that was the plan. Come on, I mean, all right, about top of the 8th, 5-1 Nationals. Can the Mets come back? We'll see.
In place of Yadiel Hernandez. Marte's 1 for 3 on a base hit back in the first. Mets had their best scoring threat in the first when they loaded the bases against Corey Abbott, but came up short. Got a run on the Lindor home run, and that's been it. Rolled out to short. Garcia makes the play on Marte and win. Let's see what's coming up on PointsBet postgame live.
Look, Buck's been watching this team the whole year. You don't think this is going to happen?
Gary, what you got?
All right, Gary, thank you. On the postgame show, Jared Levins and I go to take a look at Jacob Degrom's return to the mound. Go to look at what he did tonight down in DC. Plus, going to hear from the general manager, Billy Epler, on the trade deadline. So that's all coming on our postgame show. We'll see what you guys are done down there in DC, Gary.
Sounds like a fully packed show, Gary. Tommy Hunter now over the Mets bullpen. 1 out of the 8th. There's Lindor, who hit his second home run in 2 days. His 19th of the year in the 6th inning. They tied the game at 1 before the Nats went on a home run barrage of their own. Garcia, Hernandez, Meneses all homering to give the Nats a 5-1 lead. Lindor has now hit in 20 of his last 21 games. He had an 11-game hitting streak. It's
like an epidemic when Degrom on the mound. The Mets don't score for him. They never did. I don't see why it would be anything different.
Francisco takes a behind fastball for a strike, and it's 0-2. Alonso waiting on deck. So the Braves now lead the Phillies 8-1 in the 5th inning. Phillies won with a bullpen game today, and that bullpen, as it so often has for the Phillies, has blown up.
Yep, they got Corey Knebel, 5 runs.
Orlando Arcia hit a 2-run homer for the Braves to break that game open. So unless the Mets can rally in this one, they're likely to see their lead shaved to 2.5 in the National League East.
And we're going to get a game closer to the big showdown at Citi Field over the weekend.
It sounds like you should have a musical intro to that.
Emerson
Big
Emerson Lake and Palmer, Hoedown.
Hoedown? How does that go?
That's, what's his name?
Blake, Emerson, Palmer.
The classical, what's the classical song? Man, I can't always forget his name. That conductor, songwriter, not songwriter.
I can't think of it. I'm trying to follow you. What, sorry? I'm Tchaikovsky. Beethoven.
Yeah, but Ethan, that's not true though. Epler had many opportunities to get a bullpen and get pitching. His biggest flaw with the Angels was never getting pitching for that team. That was his problem. That was the big thing that we talked about with Epler. His biggest problem with the Angels, you can buy anybody you want, but he never was able to get the pitching staff together. Never had a good pitching staff. And that's his big problem as an Angel GM. And, it's easy to spend money. He got Scherzer. He traded for Bassett. But he never really put a really good bullpen together. And that's a problem.
An inning of the 3rd now for the Nats. Trying to finish off the top of the 8th. Nets have held to just 5 hits tonight.
Yeah, I'm just going to take that Brave score off. They could up. And 3 outs. That was a nice quick 3 outs for the 2-3-4 in order. Well, bottom of the 8th. I want the big piece of the bullpen. Tommy Hunter's coming in. Man, Buck is pulling out all the stops today. Lopez, Legosic, Hunter. Woohoo! All right, Sushi. Have a good night. Yeah, that was the biggest problem with the Angels, and Epler was a big part of the problem in Los Angeles. And that's the biggest problem with Epler, and it was just mostly the Angels had the offense, they could never pitch. And we all liked the trade for Bassett. Signing Scherzer was a shock. We got him. Bringing it out of Vino, okay. Who else did he really bring in? Not much more. And it's a problem. And again, until Epler proves he can do it, which again, Givens is not going to be enough. No, the Mets aren't the Angels. The Mets are the Mets. Not much better. The Angels can waste the two best players in baseball away, but let's not like the Mets have been the creme of the creme of Major League Baseball either. We had an owner that was cheap as shit for many years. I'm sorry, but when you don't do enough in the bullpen during the offseason, you're expected to get bullpen help during the trade deadline. That's the idea, right? It's either one or the other. Do it in the offseason or do it at the trade deadline. And how many years in a row have the Phillies had a terrible bullpen and it killed their chances? Yet they had a really good offense. A bullpen really matters. And I don't know if Epler sees that enough.
Presumably jumped over the moon.
And just look what Epler said in his quotes. He really tried to get a bullpen arm, but wasn't willing to give certain pieces to get that arm. So you clearly didn't want to do enough.
Luis Garcia's at the big night for Washington offensively. An RBI double against Degrom in the fourth.
As I said, the Braves did not need Rafael Iglesias. The bullpen was already good. But guess what? They got Rafael Iglesias. You know why? Because you can always get better in every department. And that's what the Braves did.
Former Orioles teammate Michael Gibbons will arrive tomorrow.
Well, Hauser, it's continuing, honestly.
Showalter has a comfort level with.
And you know what? If you're not going to make the moves, such as a big bat, and we talked about this earlier, bring up Vientos. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Braves do it. When they need somebody, guess what? What are they doing? Wow, we need a center fielder. Let's bring up our top, one of our top prospects. Put him out there in Harris. Oh, boom, right away. Instant impact. Riley, same thing. Swanson, same thing. Acuna, same thing. Albies, same thing. When they need somebody and they don't want to trade for a player, they bring up their young guy. The Mets don't do that. I'm sorry, guys, but Epler didn't do his job. Did not. And the other reason why Epler already failed the bullpen, it should be one out. All right. There were other reasons why Epler didn't do his job. He traded Holderman for Vogelback. And what was his quotes of why he traded Holderman for Vogelback? The reliever market is robust. That was his exact quotes. Because he expected to do a lot in his bullpen. I guarantee you, if Epler, you put in the corner and say, what do you think? He says that he would have said, I was expecting to get 2 or 3 bullpen arms. He failed. You don't give up Holderman thinking you're just going to get Givens. You expected to get 2 or 3 bullpen arms. He did not do that.
And there's an emotional side for the Mets as well. I mean, they traded away a very popular player in J.D. Davis, and you don't know what kind of impact that has. That's line to the left field, and Thomas has a base hit.
And you know what? He ate his words. He didn't do what he was supposed to do because he said it. I didn't say that. These are not my quotes. Those are his quotes. And you know what we heard a lot of over the years with Alderson and name your GM. Brody. What he said after the deadline in his quotes is exactly what we heard from Brody and Sandy Olson over the years. Well, we were close, but I didn't really want to give what they were really asking for. The price was not exactly what we were looking to give. So you're taking a team of 28 games over 500, 3.5 game lead, and not doing just a little bit more to make it better. You failed. Very simple. And don't think for a second that Buck Showalter, and I'm not just, all right, he might have wanted to save his bullpen a little bit, but wouldn't you want to save your bullpen tomorrow, knowing that Thursday is starting the series against the Braves, not today? You could have used Lugo today, and he'll be ready for Thursday. You could have used Ottavino today and be ready for Thursday. But guess what? Buck Showalter was like, I don't think he did enough. I'm going to show you what you made me have. Negosek, Lopez, Tommy Hunter. That's where you're getting. I think Buck Showalter is not giving a little jab to Eckler there, because I guarantee you he is. Because you got 2 days before we play the Braves. You could pitch your big guys today in a 1-1 ball game and still have them for Thursday. Rest it up, because you don't have to pitch them tomorrow. You take today's game, tomorrow's game, if you want to throw out Lopez and Williams or Negosek, you could do that. Why couldn't the Mets trade their 25th ranked prospect for Robinson? What were they, prospect hugging? But yet, for Vogelback, Ruff, and Naquin, they gave in total 8 lower-level minor leaguers. 8 lower-level minor leaguers. That's how you build a farm system? By giving away, basically, your lower-level prospects? You don't just build a farm system in your top 10 at the top. You build it in the middle, and you build it at the bottom. But you gave away 8 prospects, 8 minor leaguers, lower-level minor leaguers, for Naquin, Ruff, and Vogelback. Come on. You could have figured out a way. Taking on extra contract, a bad contract. You could have done something to get multiple arms in his pen, not just Givens, which was clearly a panic move at the last minute. Because he said it in his quotes. I was trying to get bullpen help, but they didn't want to give up enough. But yet, the Phillies were able to get Robinson for a 25th prospect. Marcel Iglesias. All right, was the Braves had to give up a fifth top prospect, but we're not asking for Iglesias. We're asking for Chafin, which you probably could have got for a decent, not a big haul. How about throwing him Davis in 3 minor leagues you just gave him for Ruff? I guarantee you could have got that.
The way teams have structured their pitching staffs in the postseason in recent years, you've got starters pitching important innings late in games. That's a yank foul. Ruiz. And then you start to think about who would be the guy who could best benefit from that. And Ben's have already talked about when Tyler McGill comes back, he goes into the bullpen. Right. And he becomes a real weapon for 100 miles an hour out of the bullpen. But among Bassett, Walker, Carrasco, who could give you the most help?
Look, it was.
I'd be Carrasco.
You couldn't write this script any better today, right? Everybody thought at the very least the Mets would get 2 bullpen arms, and the bullpen basically ruined this game for the Mets. Couldn't write it any better. Couldn't write it any better. Couldn't write it any better, man.
Last year it was 3 extra bodies in September. So I'm not sure whether it's 28 or 29 this year.
Again, it's not even about this game. It's just about common sense. What the
because of that,
Ella, I know. He could have got Robinson.
Doesn't end on
You know,
Labor Day.
he didn't care about giving eight minor leaguers for Naquin, Vogelback, and Ruff. But he wasn't willing to give
So they just
lower level minor leaguers for
always
Robinson
did
or Chafin. You're taking on Chafin's contract.
it.
So you don't have to get a big fail by Apple. Big fail. And a panic trade to get Givens. That's what it was.
Thomas
Last
second
minute
base.
trade to save his own ass. If he didn't get Givens, it's a complete F of trade deadline. If he didn't get
Through
Givens.
this bottom of the eighth,
Excuse me.
Joey Meneses, who's still on cloud 9, is on deck. And Ruiz just able to get a piece of that curveball and stay in the at-bat, barely. I imagine that Meneses was fairly floating around those bases his last inning. Think about that, being 30 years old, never having had a crack at the big leagues, and a homer in your first game. But these are the opportunities that present themselves for a franchise like the Nationals.
You're right.
You know, every time there's a player traded away or a player injured, there's an opportunity for somebody else. And you never know who that's going to be, right? Or what organization might have that need.
We're not talking about the Mets.
Season, I got my
They didn't get worse, but they definitely did not get
second half of the season.
much better. And you can debate if they got
for the second half.
better at all.
The Phillies ran away with the division that year, and the All-Star break. The Cardinals were 20-plus games out, and I finally got my chance to play.
And I think Epler kind of get that tunnel vision when he wants something,
So here's Meneses,
where he wants something and then he focuses it on just that
first pitch
and kind of puts other things on the back burner. I think that might have hurt him.
And they recovered the baseball.
I'm telling you, I think it was Yoelfi's.
It's a little Joey chant going on among 5 or 10 fans.
Markman, that's what I talked about. I'm assuming Ethan. That's what I talked about.
Takes the cutter for a strike.
Nah, I'm not even giving Sandy Olson the
First
blame.
pitch,
This is Epler's baby right here.
he got into that home run trot. He didn't look at it, but he knew he hit it.
Good for him. 20 home runs in AAA this year, and now his first marker in the big leagues. Fouls off pitch from Hunter, and it's 0-2. They played Blister in the sun after
Who performed that song?
Violent Femmes. It goes to the backstop. The runners move to second and third.
Violent Femmes.
Violent Femmes. Not heard of it. They did Blister in the sun. Which you
Yep,
probably heard of.
Joe, I 100% believe that.
Probably. Yeah. Which is what that little snippet was after the foul ball.
Was it a big hit?
I wouldn't say a big hit, but it depends on the type of music you listen to. Alternative band, probably over 1 million times. That's from what, the 80s?
You got me telling you.
This is fouls back the high cutter.
Look, if you really want somebody, you do what you got to do to get them. Put it that way.
You feel the golden hands of Luis Guillorme.
Look, you see what other teams gave out for bullpen arms? And you're like when everybody saw Robertson go to the Phillies, we're like, all right, what do they give up? Then when he saw it was a 25th ranked prospect, like, wait a second. Epler couldn't do that? Come on.
I mean, it's just not as easy as it makes it look. 2-2 coming. And that just misses outside. And a full count to Meneses.
You can't do that on every day.
Probably the Phillies then.
1983. 3.
I mean, let's be honest. The Braves and the Mets and the Padres have to go through a complete collapse not to make the playoffs.
Really stood the test.
The Phillies are on the edge of a wild card, so they probably have the worst chance. The easiest chance of not making the playoffs.
I just had to upgrade my Sonos at home.
Your what?
My Sonos.
What is that?
Sonos. It's so I can play music outside. I can play my iTunes or Pandora. I guess speakers all around my backyard.
Ella, we've been saying that for weeks.
Because I did not have up-to-date Sonos.
Hey, we're getting out of the
Strikes
inning.
out Venice.
All right, last licks for the Mets. Down by 4. And look, nobody is saying that, oh my God, it's the end of the world. The Mets are not going to make the playoffs. We're not saying that. Or at least I'm not. It's just the fact that Epler, in his quotes, and he admitted this. He had his hand in a lot of cookie jars, but was never really all in on anybody. He was, dipping his toe in the water and everything. Oh, wait. Over here, over there. I don't think he ever focused on one thing. And if he did, he kind of neglected other things. And I think that bit him in the ass. And you saw the panic the last 10 minutes of the deadline. Wow, 6 minutes, 5 minutes away. Oh, the Mets get Givens. Well, if you were so inclined and really stood your chest out and pumped your chest out, well, I really think the reliever market is going to be robust after he traded Holdman for Vogelback. So you clearly had your mind on getting 2, possibly 3 bullpen arms. So you failed. It took you to the last couple of minutes to get Givens, who nobody expected the Mets to get. Everybody was talking about Robinson and Chafin, Gregory Scott. Some said Iglesias. Many other, and all of a sudden Givens came out of nowhere that nobody talked about. Not even a reporter. So you were talking to the Cubs for a week now about Wilson Contreras. According to Epler, it was close last night. So what happened? Who backed out? Because I honestly think the Cubs were trying to get rid of him. Either Epler got gun shy and was like, oh, I don't want to give whoever he was giving up. But Givens a nice addition, but it's not going to be enough. So, top of the ninth, last licks for the Mets. Down by 4. Let's see if the Mets can figure out a rally and come back.
On SN line.
So, folks, Gary's saying Worcester and Son to me.
Designated for assignment.
I remember that song.
Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, there were certain lyrics I probably shouldn't sing on the air, so I did it for you. But
I love that one verse. You can't sing on the air.
We go to the 9th inning, and Carl Edwards will pitch. Like Scherzer rubbing his brown eye. This game might just be making his brown eye blue. Crystal Hill. Carl Edwards in a non-save situation gets a 5-1 lead to work
all right.
with. Daniel Vogelback
Edwards Jr. on the mound to put the game away for the Nationals. Vogelback needs to go.
Thirds in relief. Hold the Mets at bay. Late home runs by the Nationals.
Well, he's been good this year, Tim. But again, I don't think it's a major upgrade, to be honest.
Tie game. Vogelback jumps back, a ball, a strike. McNeil and Naquin to follow as the Mets look for some 9th inning magic in D.C. With their 7-game winning streak in jeopardy, and with the Braves up
I think that's what he said, Tim.
9-1 in the 7th. Triangle defense against Vogelback. He takes up and away with a splitter from Edwards, and it's 2-1. You see Franco moved over to the right side. Hernandez playing rover.
Exactly.
Along the line.
They go on waivers for 48 hours, and I think any team can pick them up, if I'm not mistaken.
It occurs to me that Meneses is a cross between menace and nemesis. It makes them double trouble.
Yes.
No problem, Mark, man. Glad you guys keep on tuning in. It's been a long day.
That would be
That would be, yes. I never liked the TV show. Dennis
No?
the Menace. I didn't like it.
You didn't like Jay North?
It just didn't click with me.
Well, Hauser, if you made that known,
Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson.
you're not getting nothing done.
Mr. Wilson.
But then again, if you want to stay away from your top 19, fine. You could have got Robinson for 20 and higher. So, again, I don't know how good of a,
Mr.
I guess,
Wilson.
negotiator he is.
Like Tom Terrific.
Cashman's a wizard.
Robbie Appleton.
He figures out to get it done. Even if it's not exactly what they want, somehow he figures things out.
Playing on the right
One
side.
out.
That's a 5-3 put out for the first down at 9.
Same with me or Ella.
So one way. And Jeff McNeil coming up. They used to play Tom Terrific during Captain Kangaroo.
Right. Exactly. Yes. It's Wonder Dog Manfred.
And then the other cartoon they played during Captain Kangaroo was Larry and Sam. Remember Larry and Sam?
No, I don't.
But I was like 3 years old when I first started watching that.
Well,
And I
they're going to
always
give
thought
him
it was
qualifying
Larry
offers, Stevie.
And Sam.
And they sign elsewhere, they get draft picks.
Larry and Sam was the character. And I'd say to my mother, I know which one is Sam. Which one's Larry? Okay.
Well, Hauser,
I had nightmares.
look,
of
he did a very bad job in that
I thought he
interview.
was under my
A
bed.
lot of
He
his
was-
quotes
he was mean.
contradicted
He was
what
very
he was saying earlier in the week.
I thought for sure.
Up the middle to his right, and Hernandez.
All right,
can make
McNeil
the
gets
play.
on. Couldn't
And
make the
McNeil is
out.
forward. Should be an infield hit for Jeff.
That'll keep the Ofer away right there. Another ball that the Gold Glover didn't come up with.
And it will be an infield hit. It's the Mets' second infield hit tonight. They're 134th of the year, which leads the major leagues. So the Mets have a one-out base runner, Tyler Naquin, coming up. Naquin has 2 of the Mets' 6 hits tonight, including an infield hit in the 4th. Went the other way for a base hit in the 7th. Mets have had some memorable ninth-inning rallies on the road this year. 5-run ninth in St. Louis, 7-run ninth in Philadelphia. Trying to figure out how to put together
All right,
one
no,
of
man.
those
1 out,
big
1 on,
ninth-inning rallies
4-run
tonight.
lead for Washington. Last licks for the Mets.
3 on the right side against Naquin. And he takes a fastball high from Edwards, ball 1. Luis Guillorme on deck.
The entire,
Diaz, and we grabbed
every
a
move that the
baseball
Mets make
just in
this year
case. We've seen
during
this team
season, felt like
Here's
Will
quite
Poness
some
moves,
great
100%.
remarkable wins, comebacks.
Naquin hits one out to left center. Back goes Robles in the gap, and he runs it
Damn
down.
it.
Robles can track him. He's got
Not where
great
you wanted to
speed.
hit it.
So a long out for Naquin, and the Mets are down to their final out of the night.
2 outs.
Well, he just outruns this. Too much airtime. A guy like that out there.
Like a little hop
Yeah,
again.
but starters can only do so much, right? When they don't
He's
go
still a
deep in games,
little hop at the end.
you got to worry about your bullpen. And the bullpen failed today. And the Mets didn't hit.
With
That is
Guillorme with the Mets down to their last out. Guillorme had a base hit to center field his last time up. The Mets threatened in the 7th. But then Guillorme got doubled off second base on the line drive to end that 7th inning. And the Nats have been home free from there. Eduardo Escobar is out on deck to bat for Nito. If Guillorme can keep this game going. Guillorme hits one to the shortstop.
Game over.
Grabbed by Garcia. He gets the
All right, so the Mets don't score for Degrom. Buck Showalter showed Epler what he gave him is what he gets. Bringing in Yohan Lopez, Tommy Hunter, and Steven Nagosek. It says, all right, well, there's your bullpen. Mets lose 5-1 in an underwhelming trade deadline for the Mets and an underwhelming game for the Mets tonight. Mets lose 5-1. Braves look like they're going to beat the Phillies, and the Mets will lose a game in the standings, be 2.5 games ahead of first base. Once again, guys, I appreciate everybody tuning in to the MLB Trade Deadline special earlier today for the 5 hours and today's Met game. Mets lose 5-1. Jacob Degrom gets a no decision. Looked good, 5 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 6 strikeouts, no walks. Once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in. I will think about doing a live stream tomorrow for the 4 o'clock Mets game before we get away. Once again, guys, everybody have a great night. As always, let's go Mets. Let's see if the Mets can bounce back tomorrow with Bassett on the mound. Everybody have a good night. Let's go Mets. See you next time.